Another motherfucking another motherfucking UMINEKO chapter. Now then, I am gonna reread episode 1. However, I wanna ask a question. Should I reread it here, like in the game, or should I watch like some YouTube videos? Because there's this guy again, Singularity. It's how I started. I watched their YouTube videos. I just reacted to it for like the first 2-3 episodes. All right, the demon wedding ceremony. So we're gonna watch Battler. So why the fuck would Erica wanna marry Battler unless to humiliate him? I uploaded a video before this. Not a gameplay video, it's just my thoughts on UMINEKO. My thoughts are this: Beatrice was an ex-servant to the Ushiromiya, and something happened with her and Battler, right, to where he left for those 6 years again, and Beatrice mentioned this 6 years can feel like 1,000. She started to, I don't know, hate Battler, feel some resentment, betrayed. 6 years passed. Coincidentally, as soon as he returns, they all start dropping like fucking flies. Like there's some other things like Kyrie mentioning, oh, love is think of it like a tree, and once that tree bears fruit, if you don't pick that fruit, it's gonna rot and spoil, and just a whole bunch of shit. But yes, that's what I'm thinking, more or less. They obviously, you cannot tell me that they did not have a connection beforehand 6 years ago, because that would make no sense. Because even Battler himself said, why does it look like you want me to apologize for something? It has to be that she, and so even if her name wasn't Beatrice, even if her name was something else, because just like Canon and Shannon, their name isn't actually Canon and Shannon, it's Sayo, and I can't believe I forgot Canon's name. I think it had Yoshi in it. I forgot exactly what it was, but maybe it's just like that. Maybe Beatrice is or is not her real name. She came from the orphanage. Hey, that's what I'm thinking. Why else would they break? They brought that up in episode 1, didn't they? And they never came up again. The motherfucking witch is laughing. Image song. CD? Damn, that's how you know this shit is old as fuck, man. CD? Talk about like, this shit is like 30 years old, isn't it? No, I'm fucking lying. It's like 20 something. They're very flamboyant. There's another word. I don't know what the word is. I can't think of it right now. Yeah, entertainers. Yes, there's a second trial, and there's only like 4 chapters. Well, including this one, there's only 4 chapters left. Oh shit, what is it? Oh yes, by the way, again, another thing that makes me think that they definitely did have a connection before this, and maybe it was a servant and family member relationship, is because what's going on right here. Zepar for us, George, Shannon, Canon, and Jessica, again, and then Battler himself also being part of the family, and then it's kind of like a theme where the family members fall in love with the servants fall in love with the family. I mean, it would make sense to me. What if theirs was the only love that fucking went wrong? I mean, it's just a thought. I'll see what I have a feeling I'm gonna fucking get an answer really soon. I have no fucking idea. Uh-oh. She probably knows then. It's probably a bad news for her. 5 people were there. Only Battler was missing. And Beato's expression was dark, her head hanging low. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler. Oh shit! Oh, so that's what it was. Yes. It's game over for them, right?
第2の試練を前にバトラ君がリタイアしたことをお知らせしたい。
Everyone murmured. Just what had happened?
魔女のゲームは彼を永遠に待ってくれるけど、愛し合う二人は永遠には待てないの。
Yes.
恋はまさにアイスクリーム。甘くとろけるけれど早く食べなければ失われてしまう。
Right. Vanilla ice cream?
待てるほど僕たちのゲームは気長じゃない。
朗報というのはそういう意味か。そりゃライバルが減るのは嬉しいけどよ、他人の不幸に喝采して喜ぶと思ったら大間違いだぜ。
Okay.
一番強敵だと思ってたバトル君。理由は聞かない。視界の悪魔たちがそういうのだ。そういうことだ。
Hey, that's just what it is. We're not gonna plot it, but we're also not gonna say. Well, we're not gonna plot it. That's it.
では、
Well, at least they aren't.
私はもう試練の資格を失うそうです。
これは愛し合う二人の絆を確かめ合う試練だからね。
今のバトラ君はそれができる状態じゃない。だからこの二人のペアは失格なの。本当にお気の毒。
しかし彼女もこの三つどもえの愛の試練の参加者の一人さ。だからこのまま見届け人として立ち会ってもらおうと思うんだ。
That's nice, I guess.
それは明暗だわ。彼女にも試練を乗り越えた二人を祝福する資格はあるんだもの。
君はそれでいいのか。
はい、最後まで見届けようと思います。そしてそれでも彼がすぐに戻ってきて資格を取り戻し、私と一緒に再び試練に戻ってくれることを信じています。私は彼女に見届け人の資格があると思います。
異論はねえぜ。邪険にする理由もありません。
Yes.
しかし
They're nice.
申し訳ないけれど強力なライバルが減ったんだから。バトラ君たちには悪いけど今のうちに僕たちの試練を決着させておきたいところだ。
No hard feelings.
さすがはジョージ君。私の中ではあなたが一番の本命なの。
その冷酷さを備えた愛がむしろ熱さを際立たせてくれるんだね。
Right. He's not fucking around. Not one motherfucking second.
これで3組は2組に減り3組になっていた状態が解消されたわけだ。僕たちは1対2で負けることに怯えてきたんだ。積極的に戦えなかった。
Right. Now this simplifies it.
1対1ならただ潔く決闘するだけです。
Oh shit. Are they actually gonna fight? That's not it. They were just thinking about doing shit.
最初からそうするべきだったって単純な結論になるわけだな。
Ugh. Are you they're not gonna fight or whatever. The four people stood up as though responding to some invisible summons and faced each other glaring. Are they really gonna fight handed? I thought they were just gonna face another. Well, it did say trial, but it didn't specify what. Only Beato was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers has an unbreakably strong bond. Then, isn't that enough? Their love is already the real thing. There's no need to test it. Right. Why are they testing it again? But if so, then why must they fight? Because it is fated that one of them will fuck up. I think? The victorious couple will be bound together by the magical miracle, and the defeated couple will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we will fall apart without a magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this necessary? I don't understand. There has to be a reason, right? Because there's no way they're giving me this thought process for nothing. Dead angle! No, they are important right now. I have to think of an escape trick as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler-san from that locked room. Okay, I came up with this, right? So the fucking... First of all, I still can't believe there's no way my boy Battler was thrown to oblivion. Right, was caught in a logic error so easily, so quickly. Cause we're only on the first fucking Twilight and here we got caught up. My boy, you gave me such... Like I thought, I didn't expect this at all. Save Battler-san from the locked room. Oh yes, I was thinking, maybe he just lifted the door off its hinges. Like the bottom hinge was like not there, so we could just lift it up. The bottom of the hinge. That would make the lock still there.
厄介なことになったらしいな。お姉様、可愛い妹にして一なる自分の片割れであるそなたを笑わなりにバトラの密室の謎に挑んでいるが、これは難解だ。まるでただの鎖を知恵の輪だと偽られているかのようにさえ感じる。ラムダデルタさんに言われました。かつてのベアトリーチェなら絶対に解けるトリックだって。お姉様にはわからないですか？
What if... Okay, so the lock... The chain, it slides into something. What if that shit... What if he just fucking undid that, right? Real quickly, he has a fucking screwdriver. He just undid them bitches, put that shit, lay that shit to the side or let it hang down, and then he just opened the door. Or what if he just... You know, something like that, bitch.
そのかつてのベアトリーチェという存在はわらわたちが一つの姿となった完成された姿のことだ。わらわたちはその身の一部分にするのだし、解ける道理はない。
Why don't you both become one right now then? By this, she meant that we wouldn't be able to figure it out no matter how much thought we put into our incomplete forms. She was saying that neither the elder nor the younger sister could ever be expected to solve this riddle. Beato shook her head. What about the middle child? Chasing that thought from her mind.
私は諦めません。あの密室は心を急速に蝕みます。一刻も早く助け出さなければバトラさんの心が壊れてしまう。
This Beatrice really is so fucking sweet.
無論わらわの知恵を貸すことはいとわぬ。しかしわらわとてあの密室は見当もつかぬのだ。
Oh, what? How? I came up with like 3 fucking explanations. He took the shit off the hinges. He undid the little lock, cause they're like drilled in, right? He undid that shit with the screwdriver. Yeah.
私たちで知恵を出し合えば、それはきっと一なる私たちが至るのと同じ答えのはず。どうかお姉様も諦めずにお知恵をお貸しください。どうしてあのバトラのためにそこまでせねばならぬのかは相変わらずわからぬが。
Because she was created to love him.
他ならぬ自分自身の頼みである。わらわも知恵を絞ろうぞ。
I don't...
ご覧フルフル、二人のベアトが一緒に考えているよ。
That's a cute sentence.
あの二人は本当にバトラを救い出せるのかしら。
Well, maybe this is their trial.
救い出せるさ。愛の奇跡さえあればね。
Wow. The miracle of love. That again, that fucking the one true element, or I forgot how they put it. The last element, the missing elements. Right. The miracle of love.
ねえフルフル。
Oh.
僕たちがあの密室を解くヒントを与えてるって気づくと思う。
Was it about that CD? What fucking hint? Oh, they always, bitch. I always get these stupid fucking hints and I never fucking realize it. Do I gotta go back and reread what the fuck they said? The two Bietos put their heads together, literally, and straining their minds with all they had. they searched for a plan to save Battler with. It was as though they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel. Well, everyone has their own problems
気
going
づく
on.
わ。愛があれば絶対に。
They were the demons of love. Love is the single element. Okay, that's what it was. The source of all miracles. Could the miracle of love provide an answer for a locked room trick? I think it, yeah?
また出たわ。愛がなければ見えない。
Yes, we're constantly
そ
talking
の
about
キャッチ
love.
コピーが概念的なものとしては通用するのも理解するわ。でも、密室トリックは情愛のかけらの一切混じらない純粋かつ冷酷な算数パズルよ。一体この悪魔たちは何をヒントだと語っているの？
私はすでにある答えを持っている。この悪魔たちの発言はそれが正しいことをさらに教えてくれている。
Oh, fuck.
はいはい、あんたはすごいわ。いつだって勝手に正解が分かってる。そして私には一言も教えてくれないんだわ。観測者ルールにのっとるならあんたがそれを私に教えない限り、あんたは正解が分かったふりをしてるだけの嘘つきの可能性もあるってわけだわ。
Even if that was the case, she still can't say anything because it will ruin her fun.
やはり口の悪い巫女は良い。良いぞ人の子よ。私にとっては巫女の皮肉や雑言は神楽と同じ。
ああ、本当にイラつくご主人様だわ。お兄ちゃんのバカ、どうしてあんな密室を自ら。
考えるがいい人の子。考えるのは物語の中の人物だけの仕事ではないの。朗読者のそなたにも思考を楽しむ権利がある。
You're being so meta to me.
私はそれを見るのが楽しい。
かけてもいいわ。あんた、前の巫女には絶対愛想をつかされて逃げられたんだわ。
私をなじって楽しむもよし、二人のベアトと共に悩むもよし、そなたが考えぬ限り物語は進まぬぞ。
Okay.
どうしてよ。私は朗読者でしょ。ただ黙々と読み進めればいいだけの話でしょ。
Uh-oh.
いいえ、考えてほしいのです。読み手のあなたにも。
Ah, it's so obvious they're talking to us.
なるほど。あんた、つくづく嫌な作家ね。
Anji was, of course, still only halfway through the tale. Really? Halfway? However, there were only a few pages left in the manuscript she was reading from. Where was the manuscript for the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. Those were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope about. If you want to read more, do what I tell you. Oh, that's demanding.
これはお嬢が一本取られましたぜ。
Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when it finally gets to the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this underhanded approach.
あなたなりの意見は推理が欲しいんです。それを先に私に話してくれたら、この続きの原稿をお渡ししましょう。
バカにしてるわ。こんなふざけた真似をされてまであんたの言いなりになると思う？
お嬢、まあ落ち着いて。俺も先が読みたいですから頭を冷やしてくださいって。八条先生、原稿の続きですが。
密室トリックの答えやいろんな謎の真相も書かれているんですよね。
もちろん。もっとも何も考えぬ思考なき者が読んでもわかるようには書いてありませんが。
Oh, fuck!
あんた、いつか熱烈な読者に裏切られたって刺されるわよ。
Oh.
それを分かっているから人前に出ないのですよ。人の子よ。
Well, even if you do get stabbed, is it even gonna hurt you?
とにかく八条先生はこうおっしゃいたいわけだ。まずは答えを聞かせろ。答え合わせはその後だと。
その通りです、青年。意地悪がしたいのではない。本当の意味で物語の結末をしっかりと理解してほしいから尋ねているのです。
天草、あんたすっかり楽しんでるでしょ。ああ、そういえばあんたはテレビのクイズ番組とかめちゃくちゃ大真面目に挑戦してたもんね。なるほど、人生をあんたの方が私より数段楽しんでるみたいだわ。
さあ、バトラを密室から出す奇跡のトリックを。
Wait a minute, I think I went over that a little too quickly. It looks like you enjoy life much more than I do, because he's fully investing himself in the smallest things that life puts forward.
どうかあなたも考えてください。
Miraculous trick. I was thinking... Wait a minute. I just thought of something completely fucking ridiculous. What if you just burned the fucking door down?
考えたものにこそ。
I had so many things. I came with the fucking humidity of the water from the hot ass water, loosening the binding of the fucking chain on its own, to him pulling off the hinges, to him undoing the fucking screws of the fucking bolt, to him now burning the fucking door down. I just keep going through shit.
いえ、考えたものにしか。
What if the door has like a doggy door big enough for a human to go through? No, it wouldn't. That would be against Nox. That would be a secret passageway. Whenever it goes black, I see myself because this shit is so fucking glossy. We're here? Yo, this song is beautiful. Oh, fuck. In the Witch's Cathedral. No, considering everything that's gone on in here, maybe it should be called a demon's abode. Erica, who wanted to savor the memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, on the balcony that she had thought empty, a shadow came into view. It was Lambda Delta.
ラムダデルタ教でしたか。こんなところにお一人でいらっしゃるとはお珍しいです。
ああ、あんた大勝利おめでとう。
I still get. There's no way my boy Battler just. All that fucking theatrics him with that golden sword and shit just for him to fucking lose immediately after?
おかしいわね。あんたには前回もそんなことを同じ場所で言った気がするわ。
She was probably trying to be sarcastic. However, Erica was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like a compliment.
さっきちらりと聞こえてしまったのですが。
何？
ラムダデルタ教のかつてどこかに大魔女のゲームがいた。
What?
駒ともてあそばれ無限地獄に閉じ込められた経験がおありとか。
Oh yeah, I remember. She mentioned that last video. Erica had an unpleasant, triumphant look on her face, as though she had managed to pry into some embarrassing memory of another's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead looked down from the balcony in silence.
あるわ。私は何年閉じ込められたかしら。 ベルンみたいに私も律儀に数えていればよかったかしら。多分数えなくて正解だったわ。数えてしまったからベルンは壊れてしまったのよ。
我が主もロジックエラーの地獄に落ちたことがあるというのですか？
あるわ。
Okay.
ロジックエラーを起こしたのはあの子ではないけれど、
主がゲームマスターではない。
What?
当時あの子はまだ自覚さえしていない小さな駒だったわ。ロジックエラーを起こしたのはベルンの主であるゲームマスターだった。
What are you talking
我が
about?
主も魔女の駒だったのですか？
ええ、あの子の主。これがまたひどいやつでね。
The kid?
自分で作ったゲームのはずなのに途中でゴールがわからなくなっちゃって、スタートとゴールがつながった。ドーナツみたいな壊れたスゴロクを作ってしまったのよ。
ゴールをなくしたとは。
ロジックエラーってことね。どうやれば自分の望むゴールにたどり着けるか。そいつは自分のスゴロクをロジックを描けなかった。だからいつまでもスゴロクは壊れたままでゴールがなかった。ならば自分一人で静かにそれを悩んで考え出せばいいのに、そいつはあろうことかその考えることさえも駒であるベルンに任せっきりにしたのよ。無限の猿の定理って知ってる？
猿が無限の時間の中でデタラメにタイプライターを打ち続ければ、いつか偶然にも文字列はハムレットと全く同じ文章になるかもしれないという理論。いい暴論ですね。
ひどい地獄よね。ベルンは無限の時間の間、意味もわからずデタラメにタイプライターを叩かせられて、ゲームマスターは自分さえ思いつかないゴールを彼女に作らせようとしたのよ。
Could Erica even imagine how horrible the hell that had been? What is she... A job that you have to do 100 times, and a job that you have to keep repeating until it succeeds with a 1 in 100th probability. May look very similar, probabilistically, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it, and eventually you can finish. However, when you have to do a job that succeeds with a 1/100th probability, the hard work of the individual doesn't translate to even a slight gain in efficiency. Everything is left to luck. If luck isn't on your side, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years.
タイプライターの鍵盤数っていくつくらい？ 100 個くらいかしら。それをデタラメに叩いてハムレットになる確率って何分の1だと思う？
想像もつかないです。多分それはあまりに天文学的。
そう、もはや無限にも等しい時間よ。それほどの気の遠くなる時間を、あの奇跡を打ち出すまでタイプライターを叩かせ続けられたのよ。
それが奇跡の魔女。
あの子が魔女じゃなかったら、いえ、魔女になれなかったら、多分今も永遠にタイプライターの前にくくりつけられた黒猫のままだったわ。あの子は奇跡に愛され、見事に奇跡を打ち出し、魔女となってあの地獄を生還したの。その地獄があまりに長すぎて、過酷すぎて、だからあんなにも意地悪で残酷な魔女に。あんたも選べるなら、あんな主は嫌だったでしょ？
そんなことはないです。我が主の駒となれて私は光栄です。我が主は強き者、虐げる者です。弱者を踏みつけるのは当然の権利なのです。
いじめる側
Wow,
の人
it's her right,
手は
natural right.
最上級のいじめっ子の作り方って知ってる？
いいえ。
簡単よ。短い時間でもいいからたっぷりいじめて、不意にそれをやめ、今度は力を与える。これをやれば誰であっても最上級のいじめっ子に生まれ変わるわ。しかもすごいことに、本人はほんの3日しかいじめられてなくても、その100億倍の期間の間、自分はいじめられっ子だと信じながら最上級のいじめっ子として君臨するの。
Well, that's not
それが
nice.
我が主と何か？
あんたにベルンのことは何も分かってないわ。だから私はね、ベルンがどんなに冷酷で残忍で最悪なゲロカスであっても、私だけはあの子の本当の姿を知っててあげたいの。そして私もね、私の本当の姿を理解してくれるのは地獄の生還者であるあの子だけだと思ってるのよ。あんたは私とベルンの仲を嫉妬してるみたいだけど、諦めなさい。あんたがくぐってきたと思ってる地獄なんて、私たちが這い出してきた地獄では瞬き一つ程度のもんなんだから。
Lambda Delta was probably mocking Erica back. And the discouraged expression on Erica's face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's words.
お言葉ですが、地獄は長さではなく深さだと考えてます。
ふーん、言うじゃない、真実の魔女エリカ。
ラムダデルタ教の潜られた地獄を私は存じません。そして私が地獄にいた時間などきっと瞬き一つ分程度でしょう。しかしその深みでは私は何が劣ることはないと思っています。
あんたの戦勝祝いも兼ねて反論しないで聞いてあげるわ。
私に言わせれば、我が主の落ちた奇跡があれば抜けられる地獄も存じ上げませんが、絶対の意志があれば抜けられるラムダデルタ教の地獄も、どちらも抜けられるようにできている程度の地獄です。
へえ、言うじゃない。
私は真実の魔女です。私の潜った地獄にはただ真実がありました。真実という冷酷な現実の前には一切の意志も、そして奇跡さえも介在できません。私はその真実を踏み越えてここへ至ったのです。この真実に耐えるという力において、私はあなたにも我が主にも引けを取るつもりはありません。
真実に耐える力って何よ。
わからぬ者にはわかりません。それを制止できなかったからこそ、あなたたちは真実の魔女足りえないのではありませんか？
Wow, okay.
許すわ、その暴言も。それに相槌を打ってあげることが、このラムダデルタからの勝利の褒美よ。
There's only so many presents she's gonna give though.
ありがとうございます、大ラムダデルタ教。
Oh, even a star by her name?
ああ、珍しい。あなたたちが仲良くしてるなんてね。
At some point, Berncastel had appeared on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erica, noticing her, cried, "My master!" happily and dashed over.
ラムダデルタ教に我が主の昔話を伺っておりました。奇跡の魔女である我が主にふさわしい奇跡の物語を
一度だけ許してあげる。
はい。
二度と私の昔の話はしないで。
What is your past? Did we learn about... No, wait. I hope we learn about... Are we gonna learn more about her past, or did we already learn it? Wink, if you know what I mean. A grimace rose to her face, blasting Erica's good mood away. And so, Erica understood. Bernkastel was also a witch running from boredom. Because if it ever caught up with her, she would remember those never-ending days of hell. Is this proof that even my master still hadn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell? It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erica felt just a little disdain for her master. Wow.
失礼しました。それよりこのようなところへどうしてお越しに？
あなたに褒美を取らせようと思って探してたのよ。
褒美ですか？ありがとうございます。
She's like a dog.
へえ、何それ羨ましい。何を取らせる気？
まずあんたを仮でなく本当の魔女へ昇格することを認めるわ。後見人は私よ。真実の魔女フルドエリカ。
ありがとうございます。借りが抜けただけじゃないの。その程度の褒美じゃあまり嬉しくないわ。もっと素敵なご褒美がいいわよね。いえ、そんなことありません。十分嬉しいです。
Of course, on the inside, Erica did want another present. Taking a cue from Lambda Delta, she waited patiently to see if there would be any other
もう
rewards.
一つの褒美は
Okay. Bernkastel snapped her fingers. Ooh, gold butterflies? What the fuck? Right? No. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered and summoned battlers sitting on a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still an invalid. Okay. His heart trapped in the locked room that he would never be allowed to escape from.
あの男をエリカに褒美として与えるわ。
What?
バトラーを褒美に？へえ、なるほどね。エリカにこのゲーム版の領地をすべて相続しようって言ってくれてるのよ。
Okay.
そういうこと。バトラの指をご覧なさい。領主の証である片翼のわしの指輪をつけている。あれをあなたのものにする。あなたは正式にここの領主となる。私に嘱託されるんじゃない。名実ともにあなたの領地となるわ。
その指輪をバトラの指から抜き取れと？
Ah.
女が男の指から指輪をもらえる儀式一つしかないじゃない。
エリカ、領主夫人となってバトラをめとりなさい。
バトラをですか？
So that's why they were marrying.
永遠に目覚めない領主にはそばで支え執務を代行する伴侶が必要だわ。つまりあなたがこの領地を支配するのよ。
そして結婚式を挙げ指輪を交換する。バトラの領主の指輪はあんたのものになる。
But he's not gonna be able to take it off.
そして代わりにあなたは霊族の指輪をバトラの指につけなさい。あなたは永遠にバトラを支配し恥ずかしい。この領地はゲーム上であなたの心が赴くままに大好きな物語を好きなだけ紡ぎなさい。
領主はフルドエリカ。あんたの望む物語すべてが叶う。
They're like the two fucking devils on her
領
shoulder.
主は神。おめでとう。あなたはこの小さいけれど素敵な世界の神になるのよ。
She's crying. She's so happy.
本当ですか？私がこの世界の神に？
それが私があなたに最後に与える褒美。バトラの指輪を受けあなたは自らの世界を作りなさい。その時 あなたはもう私の駒じゃない。一人の立派な、そして素敵な魔女だわ。
Oh wow, really? Not anymore?
そしていつか、かつてベアトがそうしたように、また訪れる私を歓待しなさい。
No more a piece.
はい、我が主。これほどの栄誉はありません。そして気に入りました、バトラとの結婚。思えばこれほどの暴虐はないわけです。何しろあのベアトリーチェはバトラが尽くしたい、好かれたいという感情から生まれたらしいじゃないですか。そんな魔女が生み出した世界で私がバトラを面倒で汚す、恥ずかしめる。
Oh fuck.
わかります。
Just like episode fucking 2. Is that what she means? She's gonna do to
奪
him?
われる苦しみ、よーくわかります。私はついにそれを与える側に回れたのですね。光栄です。これほどの栄誉はありません。
気に入ってくれてよかったわ。
She had the one she loved taken
あな
away?
たが世界で一番喜ぶ褒美だと私。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Shit. Calm down, bitch. Erica leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly towards the battler. Then she peered down at the reward she had been given.
素敵なフィナーレじゃない。結婚式にやるの。
そうよ、盛大な。ベアとのゲームの最後にふさわしいじゃない。
もちろんベアトにも招待状は送るんでしょ。
来てくれるといいんだけど。
Evil bitches,
忙
man.
しくなるよ。式の準備に段取り、招待し
Send invitations to who?
ウェディングドレ
Is
ス
Ronell gonna Virgilia?
披露宴の準備もしなくっちゃ。
Okay. The two witches disappeared, cackling. Are they gonna invite the goats? The seven sisters? Only the two who were there to be wed remained in the cathedral. Is Gap gonna come? Zippar? Furfur? Are they? Is them two coming too?
バトラさん、これからあなたはどうなるか。
Some bullshit. That's what's gonna. Well, bullshit already did happen. It can't get. It can't. Listen. It can't get any worse than this. He said, "Damn it." He's still fighting back a little bit. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he was slightly tethered to reality. And that was what made it cruel. Bitch, I'm standing up tall. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erica had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. In fact, she might have been more like certain kinds of wasps, paralyzing her prey and keeping it alive so that she could eat it later. Damn, bitch. In short, her cruelty was very similar to that of a predator. Oh shit, gonna call the cops on her ass.
あなたがあれほどに赤き真実を学び、密室であることを示したのですから。だから安心して永遠に閉じ込められていてください。
I just thought of a better way. Instead of saying, I should have called her a lolicon, not saying I was gonna call the cops on her.
そうしていた
No, Shotokan.
あなたの体は私がたっぷりと恥ずかしめて差し上げますから。あなたの寝室は鏡張りにしましょう。あなたがどうやって恥ずかしめられているか。
Wait a fucking second. I was just wait, what? While you're what? What is she talking? Is she gonna peg him? What humiliation
その部屋に
could be done?
一緒に鳥かごを吊るしましょう。その中にはあなたの
Wow,
閉
man.
じ込めておきましょう。
And make her watch?
素敵でしょう。わかるわ。こちら側は何
There it is. She mentioned again the other side. As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the locked room that he created, and his body and soul would soon be trapped within a new locked room of Erica's. A locked room called marriage.
Yeah, 聞いたかいフルフル。
聞いたわゼパル。バトラ卿とエリカ卿が結婚式ですって。
They said it was so much of their usual frivolity that Beato had to ask them to repeat it again. Yes, what is she gonna think? What is she gonna say?
ご存知の通り、ここの領主様はお心を塞がれてしまって物も言えない。
美しきエリカ卿がその妻となられて執務を支えられることになったんですって。
The two demons explained the situation in a very simple yet dramatic way. When don't they? I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away and use marriage to lock up his body as well, so that they can steal everything from him. At this rate, Battler will have his position as Game Master, and his territory's Lord's ring stolen away.
おのれ泥棒猫め、好き放題しよって奪い返そうぞ。わらわに関心はないが、そなたのこととあっては人事ではない。
体だけ奪い返しても仕方がないよ。何しろ婚約証書には大ベルンカステル卿が立会人に名を連ねておいでなんだ。
What does that even mean?
元老院の大魔女が立会人を務める以上、破棄は本人の意思以外ありえないの。
He can't even speak. Well, he can, but
バトラさんの心をあの密室から救い出さない限り助けることはできないのですね。
なら彼を密室から救い出す方法を見つけて。
花婿を奪いに行くのね。ああ、それは素敵。
それができればオペラにしたいほどの美しい物語となろうぞ。しかしながらバトラを閉じ込める密室のなんと難解なことか。
出口は扉のみ。そしてチェーンが閉じられていなければ脱出は認められない。
その上チェーンは外からは閉められなくて。
入れ替わりに来てくれる人もいないときたわ。
どう考えてもお手上げだ。
can we just... What if we just ignore what Erica says? She's the killer.
諦めたら
Can't we just throw shade on everything she says?
今は諦めずに考え続けることだけが彼を救う唯一の手段です。
Though Beato looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fists tightly. She was so frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan that her heart felt as though it would burst.
ゼパルとフルフルは最も強力な悪魔たちに名を連ねるであろうが、
Really?
その魔力はあらゆる不可能を可能としてきたという。そなたらの魔力もしくは知恵でこの不可能な密室を破る妙案は出せぬのか。
そうさ、愛ならどんな不可能も成し遂げる。
But why would they? They don't have, like, they're here
成し
to...
遂げられないということは愛が足りない証拠だわ。
Wow. Love. Reasoning. Knowledge. Actual love.
それを言われると
Determination.
悔しいです。
でも諦めない君の意志の強さには
Yes,
感
will.
服するよ。
そんなあなただからきっと奇跡を起こせるわ。
その奇跡のヒントくらい出せぬか。そなたらとわらわは短い付き合いではあるまいに、別れの選別に我が妹にせめてヒントくらいは出してやれぬか。
ヒントなら
I swear if they say we already
僕た
have.
ちはいつだって与えてる。愛がなければ
見えない。
They! Wait. They? Wait, no, wait. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. I thought they were saying... Is that... I thought that was a hint? No. Without love. No, wait. Either they're saying they as in... There's multiple hints that they gave us? Or they as in... Oh, fuck.
見えぬから見せろというのに。こやつらはいつもこういう調子でな。退屈はせぬが、こういう時には腹立たしい。
Okay, something we can't see, like love. Zepar and Furufuru certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past. Miracles so great that they left a mark on human history. Yo. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desired power could create that power themselves. Damn, man, how often do we hear that shit in this story, that magic or a miracle is something that you could do if you have the fucking willpower to do it, or something like that. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked up at them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. As it is with God, it is with demons. They help those who help themselves. Well, isn't that fucking convenience?
分かっています。
They might as well not do anything then.
自分で考えますから。必ず。
見よ悪魔ども、この今時純情な娘を。愛を司る悪魔として心が痛まぬか。出せヒントを。ヒントのヒントくらいなら出せるであろう。
Oh, she's begging for it. Just one hint. Also, her face contorted at the last second. That was kind of cute. Zepar and Furufuru looked at each other. Am I supposed to roll the R? Of course, there was no pity in their faces. However, it could be seen that, though they did find the problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next.
どうするフルフル。
ヒントのヒントならいいかしら。
Hey. Okay.
それで構わんから一つドーンと頼む。
We're begging for anything.
よし。それではゼパルとフルフルから。
I thought okay was gonna be all they're gonna say.
ヒントのヒントをプレゼント。
Is that the hint, love? Because they're constantly saying that shit over and over again.
答えが見えないのは
愛が足りないから。
Bitch, hold the fuck. Okay. Shit. Okay, what can't we see in the room? We can't see the outside of the room, right? We can't. At least I'm thinking of it in Battler's point of view. The peace battler. He can't see outside. He can't see shit. He can't see fucking the restroom because the door's closed.
もしも足りないのなら
満ち溢れた恋人たちを観察してはどうだろう。
Determination, willpower. That's all I'm getting.
幸いなことにここには2組も愛し合う者たちがいる。
Okay, let's ask those fuckers since they have the fucking they have the answer in abundance.
見物していたらいいんじゃないかい。僕たちの試練を観測者の立場から見てみるといいよ。
Oh, she's stomping her feet. I know.
そういうヒントではないというに。
Both the elder yelled at them. No, Beato the elder yelled at them, asking for more tangible hints. However, Zepar and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. Well, if they gave us the answers, then, like Hachijo said, we would just stop thinking and it wouldn't be fun. Beato, on the other hand, took their hint to a hint. Serious. Okay, that's good. I mean, that's... yeah. Now that she was out of the running, the second trial was between George and Shannon, and Jessica and Canon. Tear apart the two who are close. In other words, defeat one of the members of the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method they wanted. It could be a duel, or it could be rock, paper, scissors. After alternating many times between speaking as a group and discussing things as couples, finally, the four of them seemed to have reached a decision. Chess?
ゼパル、フルフル、
Are they gonna play chess?
いいかな。
Are they gonna... I'm seeing some alcohol. Are they gonna drink until, you know, whoever passes out first?
おや、やっとお声がかかったよ。
She
何
jumps.
ジョージ
They both
決
jump.
闘の方法が決
Out
ま
of
ったの
excitement? Ooh, the format. No matter how much the two demons baited them with a facetious tone. I think I said that right. The couple's serious expression did not waver.
はい、
Expressions.
決闘することにしました。
決闘は僕とシャノンの二人が戦います。
Damn, bitch. Oh, fuck. Okay.
それは意外だね。
If that's the case, first of all, my boy Canon is the only one who actually can fight. Like, he has an offensive weapon, though Shannon can use her offensively, right, pressing him against the wall. Damn, bitch. And it's her, she's the one who first got that love.
1対1の決闘ならてっきり。
ジョージとジェシカが戦うものとばかり思っていたわ。
二人がどうしても自分たちで決着したいって聞かねえんだ。
僕も男として見守ることしかできないことが悔しい。しかし、シャノンの決意は揺るがない。
There's many jokes I can say right now reading that, but
だから僕らはそれを尊重して信じるしかない。
カノン君、僕を信じてくれてありがとうございます。
damn, bitch. But are they gonna fight with magic or without it?
直接戦わなければならない日があったならそうするべきだとずっと思ってきたことなんです。
そしてそれが今日なのだと私たちは理解しました。もちろん避けることのできた日かもしれません。
しかしその日は訪れました。だから僕たちは逃げない。
そうだな。私も逃げないからここにいる。
同じだよ。シャノンを信じた。だからもう僕から何も言うことはない。そしてたとえシャノンが戦う決闘であっても僕たちの力は一つだ。だからこれは共闘なんだ。
はい、そうです。私たちを代表するだけなんです。
愛する者たちの決めたことなら
悪魔とて口を挟めはしないわ。
さて君たちの決闘だけれど
まさか本当に決闘でいいのかしら。
That's what I was thinking, assuming. At once, both Shannon and Canon nodded.
決闘の方法は
Are they gonna give him
ど
knives?
ちらかが死んで終わる方法なら何でも結構です。
もし許されるなら苦しむことなく安らかに、そして死に至る以外に無用の傷つけ合いを避けられるものを望みます。ゼパル、私たちはこの高潔なる決闘のただ
そうだ、分かったよ二人とも。君たちの高潔な意志を尊重できる高潔なる決闘を
Okay.
僕らは提案する。
That's sweet. That's what we want. I mean, I don't want it, but I mean, if it has to happen. When Zepard clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Ganon. Furfur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Ganon crouched down and opened the case. There were a pair of antiques inside. They would have looked splendid hanging on the wall at some classy coffee shop. However, they were not mere decorations now.
これは
Are they
な
guns?
るほどね。決闘にふさわしいじゃねえか。
Are they I fucking damn, bitch. That shit is old as fuck. They shoot Abraham Lincoln with these bitches. This is before his time actually. Inside the case was a pair of old-fashioned dueling pistols. Bitch, this shit. I think even fucking George Washington was shooting shit newer than this. Like the kind used many centuries ago. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case, which was only permitted to be opened by those who wished to fight for a fight to the death.
弾は一発ずつ。
Bitch, yeah, they use black powder too.
君たちの要望に応え魔法を込めておいたよ。
Okay.
体のどこに当たろうとも痛みなく、そして必ず死に至らせる魔法の玉。
Damn, bitch. Really?
ありがとうございます。最高の慈悲です。
Now then, who
二人が
have they ever shot guns
共に弾
before?
を外した時
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, all you gotta do is fucking aim with the fucking iron sights, and that's it.
本来なら
You don't need to like shoot. Like,
でも僕たちの試練はそれを許さない。
二人が共に弾を外したなら仕切り直して再び弾を与えるわ。どちらかが死ぬまでそれを繰り返す。
what if they both shoot each other at the same time?
依存だよ。
私もよ。よかったね。
Damn, I'm thinking, how the fuck can they both get out of this?
これで私たちはようやく決着をつけられる。
Damn. Why do I feel like Shannon has a little bit more determination than Ganon, man? Oh, this is scary, bitch. Fuck.
後宮ジョージ、君をシャノン、いやサヨの立ち会い人と認めるよ。
Yes. Sayo.
了解だ。
後宮ジェシカ、あなた
Yoshia, there it is.
いいえ、ヨシアの立ち会い人と認めるわ。
My fucking boy, man. Oh, I hate this, man. Why can't they both just find their fuck again? That's what fucking Beatrice said. Why do we need this shit?
責任者
They clearly love each other. What is this great turmoil that they're gonna face in life?
この決闘を必ず決着させるまで責任を持つ。
What if the real duel, the real battle, the real trial is, even if they do lose, they stick with each other? When Zepar and Furufuru cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a gold-colored light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden where golden roses bloomed. I always fucking... You guys can't see this because obviously I'm not doing a fucking face cam or whatever, but every time I say gold-colored anything, I just... move my hand over my fucking desk. I'm noticing that.
恋をめぐっての決闘とはな、興奮なやつらだ。わらわも1000年の中で何度かピストルの決闘を見てきたが、このような決闘は初めてだ。悪魔が立ち会い人をするから。違う。普通 恋の弟は一人を狙って二人の恋する者が戦うと決まっておる。
She probably saw two people throw at ladles at each other if she's been alive for 1,000 years looking at duels.
しかし彼らは恋する二人に恋する二人と戦おうとしている。これはとても珍妙だ。それはきっと魔法の奇跡が欲しいからです。私たちは魔法の奇跡がもらえないと。
You can. Maybe is it if the other Beato falls in love with Battler, could they become one?
宇宙を
Is that
作
it?
る
I don't fucking know.
最小人数は何人か知っておる。
One?
いえ、知りません。
I'm just assuming one. Shannon and Kanon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked the weapons over. Maybe two, since we're talking about love. Then, after they had both determined that there were no problems, the two were asked one final time whether they were prepared to duel, and both of them nodded.
問題がなければ決闘者たちは2人で背中を向けて立ち、決められた歩数を歩いて距離を開いてもらう。
それから合図と同時に決闘開始よ。ゼパル、その歩数は何歩がいいかしら。
そうだね。ではこの決闘の因縁となる数字をそれにしようじゃないか。
A number?
因縁となる数字？それはいくつなの？
僕たちがよく知る数字さ。そしてこのゲーム物語が始まった時から何度も何度も繰り返されているあの数字さ。
1,000 steps? 6 steps?
それは19。
19. Is that supposed to be a clue? Because they keep saying that they keep saying clues. Is that a clue? Is there a 19th person? There is, isn't there? There's a 19th person. That's the fucking clue. I know it is, isn't it? Yeah, that's an interesting number. They really want me to think about that shit, don't they? 19. It was the number used to refer to the witch each time the illusion. Yes, there it is, bitch. I fucking broke my. Oh my god, I'm getting too excited. It was the number used to refer to the witch each time the illusion of a 19th person had been seen on this supposedly 18-person island. It was the length of time it had taken to create this tale. Length of time? It was the length of time leading up to this inevitable day. 19 days? And it was. The age of the true territory, lord of this world. 19 years old? This 19 means so fucking much, bitch.
かなりの距離になるね。早打ちが有利とは限らない場合だ。
先に打って外してしまったら多分それで決着してしまう。
それを当てればかすり傷一つ負わずに勝てる簡単なゲームさ。
それでは決闘者たち、背中を合わせて立ちなさい。
They both have different expressions. Wow, bitch. Shannon and Kanon slowly walked towards each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, the next time they would see each other's face would be the time that they killed them. So, this was the last time they would face each other. Wow, that was pretty.
今までありがとう。君という弟に出会えて楽しかった。
僕で話せば灰色の世界 彩りを見せてくれて
Oh.
ありがとう
Oh god. Oh fuck this. Oh god. I could, man. If they didn't, oh shit. If he didn't say this, I probably. Okay, I don't feel too bad because this is all gonna reset anyways, right? But, damn.
どうして私たちは生まれたんだろうね。
生まれた時すぐに死ねればよかったんだ
Oh, don't say that. No, there's no.
それはお父さんの罪だね。
そうさだからあいつも死ねみんな死ね
Are we getting some backstory to them?
みんな死ぬよ。もうすぐね。
Oh, the witch
そして
will revive.
すぐにみんな蘇って会えるよ。もう私たちはカゴの中の小鳥じゃない。
僕たちはようやくカゴを抜けそれぞれの世界を羽ばたけるんだ
君ともっと早くこうして決闘をすればよかったね。
それがきっと今日なのさ
今日だね。
1986
There it is again, 19, bitch.
私たちのどちらかの死ぬ。
あれは同時に打ち合って二人とも死ぬ
それもありか。それでも全然ありだね。
そうさそれであっても必ず僕らの恋は成就されるのだから
決闘の必要あったのかな。
あったさ姉さんも言ってるよ僕たちがいずれにさ
What if they don't shoot each other and they just shoot Zephyr and Verfer?
私にとって君は
僕にとって
もう邪魔なのだから。
Dude, how did I know? I was actually thinking they're gonna say you're just an obstacle. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Why must this day come for this pair, who are connected by a bond different from romantic love, as though they were real siblings? It's a great mystery. And also a great mystery is the question of how this can be the key towards unlocking Battler Sun's locked room. They keep bringing up love. Again, love. An element. That is something that can't be seen. It can't be seen. What can't be seen? The lock? So if he just closes his eyes and undoes the fucking lock? I don't fucking know. I keep coming up with shit. If I watched over this duel instead of running away. What if no wait, it can't be seen. Battler can't see what's going on right now on the chessboard. So what if he just I don't fucking know. If I watch over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key towards solving that locked room? I will, right? Zephyr-san, Furfur-san. 19. The cathedral was beautifully decorated to be the place of the wedding between the territory lord, Lord Battler, and his wife-to-be, Lady Erika. Oh wait, hold the fuck up. Birth of new witch? Inst? Holy shit, yo, this fucking beat. Wait a fucking second. This don't even sound like it. This shit sounds like it belongs on a fucking rap album. Like an old school one from the 90s. At first it reminded me of like Wu-Tang for a second. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Fitting for a demon's wedding, it was not solemn or quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. Yo, this fucking song, I love it. I fucking knew both of them were gonna show up.
退かねばならぬほどの力を持つ方です。きっと何かの力になってくれると思いたいのですが。
あいつらのことはよーく知ってるわ。素直に力を貸してくれる連中じゃないのはあんたもよーく知ってるでしょうが。
ですが、しかしだからこそ奇跡にも通ずる力を
バトラ君の心を密室から助け出せればなんとかなるのです。ガープは密室が大好物なんでしょう。何か妙案は思いつかないのですか。
ひどい密室はバトラとエリカの2人で赤き真実だらけのガッチガチ。内部からの単独脱出は不可能だと断言できる。
誰かが入れ替わりで内側に入りチェーンを締めるほかありませんね。
その誰かが現れてくれればバトラーを助けるのは容易よ。11人もいるんでしょ。
その11人はゲストハウスの2階にそれぞれ封じられています。なんとかそこを抜けられれば。
There's a 19th person!
なるほど。バトラ様の密室をゲストハウス2階の2つのどちらかの密室を解くのは同じことというわけですね。
そういうことね。バトラの客室だけにこだわるのは思考的密室も同然だわ。バトラを助けるために開く密室は客室じゃないゲストハウスの密室なの。
Okay, if that's the case, can they do something to just bust through the fucking the motherfucker? Okay, so they can't go through the window. They can't go through the door because they said locked room worth amount of tape. Right. So they break through the ceiling, they break through the walls, they break through the fucking floor. Why does she have glasses on?
あんたらは封印と結界は大のお得意だもんね。
しかしさすがはミス・ガープ。バトラを救うべく破るべき密室はゲストハウス側であると気づかれるとはお見事です。もうじき式も始まるでしょうが、それまでの退屈しのぎの一つ、現場の再構築でもいかがです。いいのですか。
エリカ教の駒であるあなたの守秘義務に違反しません。
いいえ、構いません。存分に現場の封印を確認なされて絶望された方が心の底から死期を祝福できるに違いないですから。
ユージュ乗るわその調査。リア式前にちょっとつまみ食いさせてもらいましょうよ。
Oh, I don't... Oh, fuck.
それではアイゼルネのお嬢様方、再構築をよろしくお願いいたします。
Okay. Okay, let's do it. Oh shit, okay, so we gotta... Okay, that's a good idea. Again, there's the windows. They're taped up. No secret passages, okay. Alright. Could you repeat the Nox shits for me again? Okay. Genji, Goda, Kanon.
そしてクラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカの計6人ですな。
Alright, I'll make it very simple. Kraus and Rudolph light the fucking wall up. Pow, pow, pow. They light that shit up. Jessica punches the fuck out of that shit, knocks that motherfucker open, and they just leave.
甘さは何時計5人です。
Let me make it simple again. Hideyoshi fucking lights up the motherfucking wall. And where is he? George, with his fucking martial arts background, that motherfucker back kicks that shit till it fucking busts open. I don't know.
バカねあんたたち。誰がいるかなんて今はどうでもいいのよ。この部屋からどう脱出するかよ。
Okay.
そうでしたね。扉も窓も封印されていますから。
There it is, the door and
他の場
windows.
所から脱出。
Okay. Is it possible again? The hinges of the door. Fuck the hinges. What about the entire frame? Can we take that off? The frame of the windows of the doors?
私ね、あんたら天界の連中が得意とする勢いでごまかす力技。よーく理解して密室じゃないわよね、この部屋。
金家慎んで申し上げる。我らが担当したら密室は完璧なる。
あんた前回は金蔵の部屋で窓の封印を担当してたのね。バトルは金蔵をあの部屋のどこから逃がしたんだったかしら。
Hey.
それはコーネリアのミスではありません。
She looks almost like a grandma with her fucking
その筆跡は
glasses.
上司の私は賜ります。
金蔵の書斎の時と全く同じよ。窓からこの密室は破れるわ。バレバレなのよ、あんたたちの手口は。
どうして
The windows, really?
エリカ卿は部屋単位で封印をしたのですよ。窓の封印ももちろん含まれ、部屋を丸ごと封じたはずです。
なるほど。どうやら私たちは封印の定義を勘違いしてしまっているようです。ガムテープで封じられた密室は破れないわけではありません。どうやらないです。
そういうことね。封印は確かに密室を保証するわ。でも密室を維持することを保証はしない。ガムテープが破られない限り密室であることを保証するだけ。
我々は何も誤解させるつもりはありません。ガムテープが維持される限り密室を保証する。それだけです。
それでどうして窓からなら密室を破れるのですか。
簡単じゃない。ガムテープをぶっちぎって外へ飛び出すだけよ。ゲストハウスの外壁の構造は知らないけど、あの小娘が誰にも知られずに這いずり回って外からガムテープが貼れる程度には足を
Oh my.
ガムテープを破れば封印が破られたことが直ちに分かります。そして私たちは封印が健在であることをバトラーのマジックエラー時にも証明しているはずです。
そうね。確かにあんたたちはあの時点でも封印が破られていないことを証明したわ。だから密室だと私たちは誤解させられた。封印イコール密室とは限らないのよ。
Gap was the demon who specialized in putting an end to locked room mysteries. She drew herself up and locked down on the short Delanor, as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. What? Delanor looked up at her with a bold expression, and sparks flew between them. They don't like each other.
封印イコール密室ではないのですか。
Yeah, how?
そんなバカ。
思い出してリーア。あの時エリカたちは何の封印を見せた？何の封印の維持を見せたの？
なるほど。天界大封印の得意そうな改ざん術ですね。
聞き捨てなりません。お伺いしましょう。
だから言ってるでしょ、窓よ。確かにあんたたちは彼らを封印で封じたわ。その際には窓も含んでいる。そしてその証明は封印時になされる。ここまでは OK よ。でもね、
It's raining outside.
しかし 中の人間は誰でも。ここには誰がいるんだっけ？ゲンジ、ゴーダ、カノン、クラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカ。誰でも可能よ。窓のガムテープをちぎってここから抜け出し、バトラを助けに行くだけ
ですから、その封印は健在であるとロジックエラージの証明が。
How about immediately after?
違います。あの時エリカ卿が証明されたのは扉。
Wow, bitch. Damn, and look at her fucking face. Yo, that is such no fucking way. Did she say that? Because I don't remember exactly what she said. Yes, she pointed. Yes, I do remember that. She wouldn't shut the fuck up. She kept saying shit in English with a high-pitched voice. You fucking bitches got caught red fucking handed.
でもロジックエラージには扉しか封印を証明しなかった。つまりエリカがゲストハウスを去ってから以降、窓を破って自由に部屋を出ることが禁じられていない。
Okay. Oh shit. Glenor ain't seeing a damn thing, bitch. Wordplay. It's always wordplay and distracting you. It's always distractions with these fuckers. That's all they do. Oh man. That's all they fucking do. Look at her fucking face. She looks like she knows she got caught. That's why she's making that eyes. She's laughing. She can't hold it in. The bitch left with the laugh in that fucking face she always does. With an anguished grin on her face, amused grin on her face, Delanor turned around. But that had to have hit her where it hurts. Gap had no intention of letting her get away. She grabbed Delanor's shoulder. Oh, wait, don't start a fight now. No, just leave it at that. Just leave it at that. You don't have to press it. Oh, baby. I guess anyone?
誰でもいいのよ。じゃあ個人的好みでカノン君を指名するわ。身軽そうだし、気配を消すのも得意だしね。エリカの後をつけ、素早くバトラ君と入れ替わるのにぴったりだわ。
It's my boy Canon. What are you laughing at? Why is that?
ダメ。普通の言葉じゃ信用しないわ。赤き真実だ。あんたの赤き太刀にかけて誓いなさい。
Well, you're opening your mouth. Look at her, she keeps smiling, bitch. Oh, what?
カノンにバトラの救出が可能よ。エリカ封印後に窓を出て、客室のバトラ君と入れ替わり、チェーンロックを閉めてクローゼットに隠れた。
Damn, and immediately with the red after this shit. Look at this bitch. I knew she was gonna reply with it because she's the type to not let a damn thing go like Erica. At the time, how about immediately after? Gap's blue wedge and rapid reverse roundhouse crossed with Delanor's red longsword and both pointed at the other's throat. The one peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several these ghosts guests whispered to each other. What were they saying? They're stupid. They're stupid. I do know they're stupid. Wondering why those two seem to be fighting.
ちゃんと返せるじゃん。
Okay, so they were both. Bitch, you know what? We gave them the. Now we gotta fucking find a way to fight against that. If we brought this shit up while we were fighting, then we could have pressed them, man. We could have put on the pressure. But now, damn, that shit's over.
やがてその思考にベアトリーチェが気づき、それを救出の鍵として婚礼に乱入してくるだろうと思っていました。しかしそれに先にあなたが食いつき、奥の手を見せることになるとは思いません
Listen,
でし
if
た。
this is your only piece of shit, stupid, dumbass hand.
汚いやつだわ。あんたらわざと窓を疑わせてベアトを誘い出して返り討ちにしようと罠にしていたの。
And then humiliating her in front of all these people. Okay, so at the time, the logic error. It would be impossible for all of them to cover all that ground to get there.
これで満足ですか？魔界式の講義は実に下品で野蛮です。では失礼。
There is a 19th person. Beato is it. She has to be it.
おっと、まだ騙されないわよ。
Oh,
あんたが
God.
言った窓の封印はカノンのいとこ部屋のものでしょ。
Oh, she went
じ
through the
ゃあ
other
隣
one?
部屋の窓はどうなの？あんたはカノンの救出の可能性について不可能に切り返しただ
Oh,
け。
God. Okay.
隣部屋の人間の可能性は
What about the... Is there, a fucking...
しつこいお人です。
Right. Is there a roof? Gold thread!
ご無礼お詫びするであります。
Oh, I love this song so much. I legit think about this song all the time.
本式典警備役のシエスタ姉妹近衛隊であります。失礼ながらご両名の招待状と受領印を拝見します。
What? Stamped? Invitation?
ドラノルエ
This bitch put her fucking glasses
花
away.
嫁側参列者です。招待状と受領印、並びに花嫁警護役の証明書。
Credentials?
ノックス主席殿と確認しました。バトラ教の講義へようこそ。歓迎いたします。
Why do we need invitations?
花婿側参列者招待状といけない。
受付受領印がない。
ダイレクトにここに来ちゃったから受付通ってないの。てへ受領印まだなの。
Listen, somebody this fine, she don't need a fucking stamp.
どうしてまた。
ガーク様、
What?
失礼ながら別室へご同行願います。
What the fuck? What? This bitch didn't have a stamp on a fucking invitation. What, you gonna kill her? You gonna waterboard the bitch? Delanor watched, shrugged, and turned away.
待ちなさいよドラノール。私の青き真実に答えなさいよ。
見解大法院の見解をご希望でしたら、法院規定に従いご申請をお願いいたします。
Oh my. Oh, that is so stupid.
近景窓口は平日10時から17時までと知りたまえ、12時から1時間15分は昼休みと知りたまえ。
An hour 15 lunch? All that wasted time.
申請書には修正液、二重防線は一切認められぬものと知りたてまつれ。某イベントの申し込み書もそれがあると落ちるって噂があるに。都市伝説です。多分
Urban Ledge? What are they talking about?
本件青き真実を口頭での仮受付といたします。正式な申請が受理されるまで保留とし、重複申請を禁じます。
わけわかんないわ。私の青き真実に答えるの？
Oh
月
shit.
曜日にご申請いただければ来月末頃にはご回答できるでしょう。重複申請は禁じられていますので、たった今あなたが口にされた青き真実は
That is so stupid. She's being such a bitch.
根拠法令大法院事務規則第214条の10
Okay, I'm gonna assume that that one is also blocked, and she's just waiting for Beato to come here and say that so she can dash her hopes.
ロジックエラー時の隣部屋の窓の封印が暴かれていたことを理由とする青き真実の使用を禁じるものと知りたまえ。
金家謹んで申し上げる。当該の青き真実への回答義務は発生しないものと知りたてまつれ。
卑怯者、ちょっと話しなさいよ、ウサギ楽団。
The Chester sisters led Gap away. Just when she had thought she'd reached this core, she reached the core. They had underhandedly refused to respond. Oh, that song is so fucking beautiful. However, this was a big clue. There was a chance that the window seals on the next room over had been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. Man, that would be funny as fuck. Dude, you know what? You know what? Fuck it, yes. I want Nanjo to save Battler. And yet, just now, that option had been sealed away. Didn't we say something a couple episodes ago about Nanjo jumping off the roof and sliding down like a rain gutter or some shit? Oh, I'm imagining his baby. Man, I want him to save him. That'd be a funny fucking sight. The use of any blue truth based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken, had been prevented. It was now impossible to claim that the 5 who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it. Okay, so the ones on the room over, it wasn't them.
卑怯だわ。それが答えなんじゃないの？窓だけ封印の維持を証明していないのは私も気づいてたわ。でも青き真実に使えないなんてどうすればいいのよ。ああ、分かってるわ。フェザリーヌはどうせ自分だけ答えに気づいててほくそ笑んでるんでしょ？
You know what? I think I discovered the answer, and the answer is very simple. Isn't it fucking raining outside? Right, there's a typhoon going on. Let me make it really clear. Let me regurgitate what I just said for the fucking chain lock in Battler's room. Now then, the stupid bitch put the fucking tape outside the window. Therefore, it's also raining outside the window. I'm pretty sure you guys are gathering what I'm trying to say. The water simply undid the adhesive and the shit slipped off. Completely intact, by the way. Therefore, the seal that sealed the window is intact. However, it's not on the bitch. It's not on the window. Shit. Tell me I came up with it. Oh, what?
ちょっと何を言い出すのよ。
私も隣部屋の窓がまだ開いていることは気づいていた。しかしながらそれを反論に使えぬと封じられるとは想像もしなかった。
これって重大なルール違反じゃないの？だって正解が言えないクイズなんてフェアなゲームじゃない。これ向こう側のロジックエラーじゃないの？
それがロジックエラーにならないからこうして物語が続いているとも受け取れる。
Oh, we're just gonna take the word of
つまり
whatever?
隣部屋の窓と全く無関係な他の答えがあるってこと？
あるいは窓の話をせずに隣部屋の5人の誰かが助けに来られたことを説明するか。
窓の話をしないってことは窓を使わずに部屋を出るってことだわ。それでは隣部屋だって密室と変わらない。
ふむ。だから私も困ってしまった。このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。おそらくだが。
Man, I fucking hate Battler so much. Look at the bullshit Battler just... He really is like a really empathetic person because holy shit. This empathy, man. Again, first it was with Beato, which surprised the fuck out of me. Now it's with fucking Erica, which look at how it bit him in the fucking ass.
おそらく何？八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能なら
どんな答えが見つかるの？
答えはない。
ないって何？
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はない。にもかかわらず隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許される。この密室を解く答えはおそらくない。
So we're just completely fucked.
ないならどうなるの？
答えがない以上説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗北するのは必要だ。
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめ、チェックメイトってことじゃない。
So that's it? We're done?
いや、言ってあるの
Let me guess, love.
しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。
A move that can never be used again?
そしてそれはベアトの心臓の一部でもある。
この物語の最大の謎の一つってこと？
そうだ。それを使えば、あるいは
な。Feathering sighed deeply. 19th person? Is that what they're coming with? There's it was something she hadn't done at all before now. I see. Oh, fuck me. I see. So it's finally time for the curtain to close on this long, long tale. Revealing that mystery means finally killing Beato. What do you mean? Battler is probably the only one qualified to do that. If he weaves that tale as the game master, no one will be able to stop it now. Very soon, the greatest mystery of this tale is likely to be revealed. Oh shit, are they serious? Are they fucking serious? Are they motherfucking serious? A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of dozens of heels being stamped in unison, originating from the honor guards, members of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard who were lining the cathedral. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Oh shit. Yo, wait. Oh shit. Okay. Yo, oh, I fucking love EDM. The Witch of Truth, man. Oh, the bitch earned her name, I guess. Zepar and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. It was a great status symbol to have these two demons invited to host the wedding. Though they had asked for silence, the attendees who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with enormous applause. Should I applaud for them too? They searched for Beato in the crowd of several hundred people, or goat people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. She's a 19th person. There is a 19th person. Really?
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
厳かに迎えて、どうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。
いでよ、新郎新婦。墓場まで逃れられぬ婚姻という名の束縛の道を歩まれん。
The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. shit. Oh shit. How the fuck? Wait, first of all, this motherfucker can't move. Are they wheeling him in? What are they doing? And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. She is pretty, but she's also a little bit of a bitch. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. How the fuck is he walking? He's like a paraplegic. He can't move. The Chester's honor guard stood at attention along either side of that path. Raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision. Mechanical precision against what though? And made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Bitch, they are evil! Chester Sisters troops that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and so on, and keeping an eye out for any intruders. Damn, bitch, like the Secret Service. What? She's in the chandelier? 410 and 45 could be seen on top of the massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of the other chandeliers. This seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendees wouldn't notice. Well, that's nice. Not ruining the fucking whatever.
襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中。
警戒を怠るな。必ずベアトリーチェ卿が今度襲撃するはずだ。
They're expecting that shit, man. They want it to happen.
襲撃なんて燃えるに。嫁じゃないです。婿です。
Maybe this is part of their plan. They want her to come so that they can completely, thoroughly dash everything. Dash her hopes, break her. Oh, what the fuck was that? The Chester sniper team on the chandelier teams were using extremely highly capable surveillance agents to track the movements of the several hundred attendees. If any of them had made any suspicious movements, the Chester sisters would immediately be given permission to fire. Define a suspicious movement. The one on that chandelier is Chester 127. That overworking monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one on the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 600 shots per minute. Wow, 6,000! However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so she'll use up her shots in about 2 seconds. That lazy bum can barely do her job for just 2 seconds. Yeah. We don't get to see them. And there's my boy, and the fucking bitch to be. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walk down the red carpeted path. Making a show of it. Battler's eyes were blank, yes. If you look closely, you could tell that Erica was dragging him by the arm she held. Oh, okay, I was fucking wondering what was happening. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erica to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial staffs in the shape of the one-winged eagle. No. That's why somebody said it in red. You're right. Say it like 5 more times.
当然よ。ベアトリーチェ様は強欲なお方。自分のおもちゃをみすみす人に譲るわけもないわ。
Right. He is her toy.
必ずおいでになる。ジュールリー、披露宴は美味しい料理がいっぱい出そうだね。
I wonder what cake they'll have.
ああ、私も早く花嫁衣装着たい。
Bern Castell and Lambda Delta were in the nobles seating on the balcony. Of course they would be. They sipped questionable-looking carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. Questionable.
素敵な花嫁衣装じゃない。
They drink alcohol?
いいわね、こういう 完璧よ。ベアと勝てる道理なんてないわ。そうでしょ。
あんたも聞いてるでしょ。隣部屋の中は封印を破られてる可能性があるの。ドラノールがそれを一応は封じたようだけど、概念否定をして窓を塞いだわけじゃない。また窓から飛び出すのね。片翼のわしとやる。
かけない？
ベアトが来るから
絶対来るにかける。
奇跡的に来るにかける。
They're both betting on it.
成立しないわね、こりゃ。
The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. Yes, very sure. I'm sure. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the locked room and take Battler back.
あんたは裏から見たから知ってるんでしょ。トリック。
一応ね。でもエリカが頑張りまくっちゃったから、もう私にもさっぱりよ。
嘘つき。
へえ。
あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。あるんでしょ。バトラーを救うトリック
が。あるわ。でも難しいわ。
その手を使うとベアトの心臓の一端がさらされる。そうでしょ。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。
So it has to be. Does it have to do with her backstory?
ね、賭けを変えない。
何に？
She's here. She's on the island as a human.
勝つのは
And she's a servant.
エリ
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。
乗る。
お、エリカにかけるの？勝ち目の根拠は？
もしそのトリックがベアトの心臓の一環だというのなら、ゲームマスターのバトラーはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。だから勝てない。おそらく引き分けよ。ゲムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってる。
バトラーはベアトを安らかに眠らせると誓ってるのよ。それはベル甘いよ。
The bet was made based on the assumption of that certain miracle that Beato would come. Virgilia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal on the next room over had been confirmed, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, two Chester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. It was a powerful force preventing her from going forward. I thought they shot her. Unable to move, she was forced to stay there and watch as Battler walked past.
彼は今もたった一人密室で戦っております。しかしあの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
あの子が助けに来なければバトル君は出られないのですね。
密室の鍵さえあれば必ずお嬢さん、あなたの人生にはきっと何度も試練があったでしょう。しかしどうかこの試練にだけはお打ち勝ちください。
I fucking love my boy. I love Renault.
あなたならきっとできます。このロリにそれは疑いません。
The bride and groom slowly proceeded. That's his process. Slowly processed down the path to the grave, and it reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erica glanced over at Battler. We zoomed in on that bitch's face. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that locked room. Once more, the sound of the Chester honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral. Now, the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
人は愛のために生きるのです。すなわち今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を、目的を成し遂げた。
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
さあ、愛し合う二人を、愛の制約を、物言えぬ夫に代わりて、
妻は二人を代表して制約を。
Man, she's gonna say some bull fucking shit. I know she is.
バトラはエリカを、エリカはバトラを、健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って生きることを誓い。
Yeah, fucking right. Yeah, sure. Oh, that's something. He's fighting.
聞こえませんよ、バトラさん。文句があるならもっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください。
Whoa, my boy fucking looked to the side. Oh, that's why they call him Battler, because he keeps fucking fighting.
それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら、まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください。
Oh, this bitch.
安心して。その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから。
二人の愛の制約を聞きました。ああ、誓いよ、永遠なれ。
Thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of servitude. After the oath, they would physically signify the bonds. It was the exchanging of the rings. The territory lord's ring, with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger, would become Erica's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board, and in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erica had prepared. At a glance, it looked just like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and brand him as another's property. That could be kinda hot depending on what you're into.
身動きできぬ夫の指を、妻はどうか支えてあげて。
Damn, bitch, they really drew this shit. Yo, look at my boy. He's straining over there. He's in anguish. I don't even see the ring. She take it out. Erica respectfully took Battler's left hand, then slowly pulled off the territory lord's ring that had sat on his finger. She pulled it out already. Fuck. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erica stole it away.
これがあの女の残した指輪なんですよね。それを私みたいな女に奪われるのって。
That is absolutely disgusting. You know what? She's really living up to her fucking name, the intellectual rapist. In a way.
聞こえません。もう一度お願いします。
Wow, damn. Oh, he's still fucking fighting. I fucking love him. That's all that's all I can say. I love him.
それならご安心を、バトラさん。
Don't give her any satisfaction. Erica pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it and told him where they were.
ここがそこですよ。
Don't fucking whisper in his damn ear. Don't do it. Don't bite his. Don't do any of that shit. Then slowly, she took Beato's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hands.
では花嫁、続いてあなたの指輪を花婿に。
すごい指輪ね。彼を永遠に逃がさない。これは枷だわ。
So he's always gonna stay there?
特注ですから。
Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erica held. It was like Erica herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, it symbolizes never letting go of the prey it had latched onto. If it had 8 sharp thorns, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the collar of a hellhound. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? She turned the diamond until it clicked and the thorns retracted. In other words, if she twisted it after putting the ring on his finger, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Then, even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erica for all eternity. Are you... He's talking. He has enough willpower to talk? Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase. And furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger hungrily. Erica held the ring of servitude against the tip of his finger. A ring can hurt if it's made to fit too tightly, and it can even become impossible to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt. Well, she's mean. She's a mean person.
全てを永遠に閉じ込めます。そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。死ぬことも許しません。私に永遠に汚され、恥ずかしめられ。
You're that fucking bully we were just talking about, like, what, 30 minutes ago?
私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるたびに、あなたはその身をもって私にそれを思い出させるのです。何度もね。舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say fuck, so I'll say it for you. Fuck! There you go, Battler. Battler didn't even possess the strength to bite his tongue. And even if he had possessed it, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the locked room. So he could never bring himself to commit suicide. However, once this ring was forced upon him, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less kill himself. Oh, that fucking noise. He said stop it! He clearly showed that he doesn't want this. Get Furfur, the other bitch, Zepar, can y'all step in? It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. Oh fuck, is it burning? The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain would always torment Battler, but fortunately for him, the ring's power would also steal away the mind that could understand that pain. Erica kept sewing on the demonic ring that was far too small. Screwing. With an obscene laugh, Erica let a silver thread dip from her mouth, drip, and wet his fingers and the ring. Ew.
力を抜いてください。一気に奥まで入れちゃいますから。無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。ほら、ぬって入るようになった。
Slowly, Battler's finger went deeper and deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. The demonic ring squeezed his finger so tightly that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. Could Battler's hazy expression of anguish really communicate how unbearable the sickening pain was? She's gonna twist that shit so the thorns pierce him. Erica touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again. Where the fuck is Beatrice? Where is she? Now's the time! He can speak. He is having a conversation at the very least.
お許しください、エリカ様。生涯犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから、この指輪だけはお許しくださいって。
Wow, okay.
そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。よく聞こえませんよ。
That's the fucking battler I know and love.
絶対てめえを許さね
え。あなたをこんな目に遭わせちゃって。
違う。ベアとの指輪を怪我したお前を俺は絶対許さねえ。
You cannot tell me they didn't have a past relationship. Look at this. Look at this. Number 1, number 2. To the very fucking end, he's talking his shit. Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a clouded state, they looked strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could complete his words of resistance.
あなたは飼いならせない犬って感じです。でも、そこがいい。
That's what Beato liked as well. Erica smiled. Then she turned the diamonds. The instant she did, Battler let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. A desolate wind blew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Kanon had already finished walking 19 steps, and their backs still faced each other. At the single of the demons responsible for this trial, they would both turn and settle this. Each of them held one of the dueling pistols that the demons had prepared. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them and their fates. Just watching over their partners now was the only way they could show their trust. Oh man, they both look so fucking cute. Man, I have a listen, I would be freaking out more, but I have a feeling that this is gonna be resolved with both of them accomplishing love. It's just a feeling. Also, this song is goddamn beautiful. What is it called? My Dear. Shannon and Kanon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already put the emotions of the many days they had spent together behind them. The next time they laid eyes on each other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who still had no determination or resolution with regard to this duel was Beato. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Kanon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they forced to kill each other?
ゼパルさん、フルフルさん、どうしてこんな決闘を？こんなの恋の試練じゃない。やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。
She's pleading.
静かに。
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。どちらかが倒れる。倒れた方の恋人たちが嘆き悲しむ。あなたたちさえなければ誰も悲しまない。
Wow.
それは違う。僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら
二組どちらも破綻したわ。
How can you say that?
これは必要な決闘なの。
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか？恋って愛し合う二人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか？この決闘は無意味です。だからやめて、二人とも。シャノンもカノンも。あんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだったあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの？私に
Wow. Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
そうだよ。よく気づいたね。
それこそ愛の真実。
何がですか？
愛し合う二人以外に本来は何もいらないの。
だからそれが二人でないとき、私たちは決闘でその数を二人にしなくてはならない。
一人の女性を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。愛し合ういびつな三人を二人にする決闘。しかし彼らは二人と二人、それぞれの世界はもう完成されてるじゃないですか。争わなければならない理由が何もない。
世界を生み出す最小の人数は二人。
Well, there's that answer.
二人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ、恋は成就される。
だからこの決闘は必要なんだ。
彼らがその人数を満たすために。
家具は人間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか？
正解だよ。家具は人間未満だから家具と人間じゃ二人を満たせない。
そんなのおかしいです。愛し合う二人の身分なんて関係ない。
いいや、あるよ。
Okay.
本当に愛し合う二人の身分は関係ない。
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの。夫を持つ女との恋は許される。
親との恋は許される。
Oh,
子との恋は許される。恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
じゃあ家具って何なんですか？どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか？
Why not?
魂が一人に満たないから。シャノンもカノンも駒である君ももちろん。
あなたたちはみんな家具。魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
あるわけがない。二人の女を愛せばその愛情は一人分に満たない。そのような男に愛する資格はない
ね。人を愛する資格のない人間や身分なんていくらでもあるの。二人の愛が一切あれば関係ない？それは甘い愛の偽善。
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を許さない。世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない人間以下の存在の恋を許さない。僕たちの試練はそのためにある。
罪深き魂たちに一人分の魂を取り戻させ、
本当の恋ができるようにするために。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、
僕たちの心の準備ができました。
どうか決闘の合図をお願いします。
The pair, bidding farewell, quietly asked for the signal to be given. Zeppara nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furufuru spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two duelists.
見ているといいわ。
愛し合う恋人たちにどちらかが破綻する決闘を。
いいえ、これは破綻のための決闘じゃない。本当の恋を成就させるための決闘。
私にはあなたたちの言っている意味が。
いいえ、わかりなさい。これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が誕生する瞬間。
意味が。 からない。
どちらが勝とうともどうか祝福してあげて。今彼らの家具としての日々が終わる。
合図は簡単。僕が1、2の3を数える。3と同時に決闘開始だ。
承知してます。
同じく。
2人が共に弾を外したら一度中断。再び弾を与え、もう一度背中合わせからやり直し。
決着がつくまで繰り返したい。
ゼブ、この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい？
もちろん何度も見てきたよ。
大抵何度も打ち合いで決着がつく。
ほとんどの場合弾丸一発で決着がつくよ。
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
違うよ。片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる。手段をもし外したらまず勝ち目だね。
しかしぼんやりしている。引き金も引けずに負けることに。
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい。
いい覚悟だよ、2人とも。では行くよ。
Oh man, is this a remix of that song? This song is so damn. Is this the you or yo of UMINEKO?
1
Oh fuck me, dude. It's really gonna happen, isn't it? You know what? Is this really it? The person who loses loses? There's no happy ending here? Oh fuck, hold on. They really giving us the whole wait, is this episode 1 too? Is this everything we have seen before? Oh shit, I don't even wanna bitch. That shit was on the right side. That's where Shannon was. In the golden rose garden. When the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. What? This has to be, no, wait. In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, with gun raised and smoke trailing from the barrel, was Cannon. This has to be... They're gonna pull some magical shit. There's no way it ends just like this. Shannon was lying on the earth, face down.
Shannon!
I refuse to believe this.
いや、シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった。
Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. I fucking knew it. Slowly, Shannon stood up. She fucking laid down to make him miss. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullets. I fucking knew they were gonna do something like that, but I expected Cannon to be the one because he's like super fast. It had been a gamble. If Cannon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Cannon had also gambled. He did not underestimate Cannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that hoping Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first could result in him losing before even pulling the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away. And he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he was already planning to shoot right away, he was sure that his readiness would allow him to shoot with greater accuracy than her. If Gunnan had cautiously turned around, then Shannon had shot instantly. With the strength of her will, then Gunnan wouldn't... No, and Shannon, whatever. Then Gunnan wouldn't have been able to pull the trigger. So it wasn't that Gunnan had acted hastily. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result. Wow.
まさかあの短気な姉さんが撃たないなんてね。
私も意外だった。あの慎重なカノン君が振り向きざまなんてね。
What are you calling him old for? As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit him with even more certain accuracy. And Ken had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. They both had the same view of the situation, which meant one could be taken by surprise. Cannon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this all around. And if Shannon could calmly shoot through Cannon, it would be all over. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Cannon bet all the chips he had on these. Shannon could draw Cannon in until the last second and then shoot him from a closer distance. She could also pull the trigger just before he reached her, and they would start over from the beginning even if she missed. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Cannon's forehead as she compared these options until the final moments. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved, and the time it would take to pull the trigger. Lady Luck smiled impartially. In a flash, Cannon leapt to within striking distance of Shannon as she missed the final moment to pull the trigger. He swung his hand up and smashed the gun she held upwards. That strike sent her gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Cannon's gun also flew from his hand and soared into the air. The two guns danced like a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither of them knew which gun was theirs. I knew this was gonna happen. The instant they said the fucking both of them flew up. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. Really, when you shoot one, the metal shit will move forward, so you would exactly know which one has the gun, which one was fired, and which one wasn't. There was no way to tell them apart. Okay, but there was no way to tell them apart. Alright, they're magical. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had fired a bullet inside. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to Lady Luck. Then, they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that was like a dance, and the barrels of each of their guns came to a dead stop against each other's foreheads. Holy shit! Even they could not know which gun held the bullets. When they both pulled the triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica had no way of knowing how it would turn out until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The barrel of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the barrel of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps to the pair of them, did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were as solemn as could be, showing that they would hold total belief and zero doubt in their own fate until the moment the trigger was pulled. It's in her fucking hands, isn't it? Wait a minute. This is why Ganon couldn't save fucking Battler! Suddenly, Ganon fell to the floor as if he had an attack of anemia. It happened without any prior warning, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open. Trying to get a look at the wound, Golda wiped Ganon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet, almost as though it was seeping through his skin, blood was pouring out. What? She's saying his name! Ganon's face was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Just as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut, he passed away. Man, oh fuck. I am getting a little bit sad, a little bit. Jessica dashed up to Ganon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as her own forehead grew wet with Ganon's still warm blood, she wailed. Shannon leaned against George's chest, as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence. There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's heartbroken wails.
十分さ。おめでとう。残ったのは君たちだ。
君たちを祝福するわ。でも忘れないで。愛を育むのが、これからのあなたたちの務め。
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種を、どうかしっかり育ててほしい。
もちろんさ。彼女と、君たちにかけて誓う。
それでは、魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
今こそ君の魂を人間に一人分に満たそう。集え満たぬ魂よ、一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
When Zephyrine put her face to heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered, and the souls around. No, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Ganon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust.
これはどういうことだ。負けたら消えるとは聞いていないぞ。
As she yelled, Beato the elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。そしてベアトはバトラーを愛するために生まれたから、その資格を失って消える。
これはとても公平。あなたが生き残ったなら他の二人が消え去ったのでは。
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。こんなところで待ててどうする。それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
してバトラさんを好きになる不敵のために生まれるんです。
Man, this Beato was so fucking sweet.
どうして私はバトラさんを好きなの。好きになる理由を実は知らないんです。
はあ、こんな時に何を。
Oh fuck, she keeps getting close.
生まれた時にバトラさんを愛しなさい。
By who?
それが目的で生み出されて、だからどうしてバトラさんを私は好きなのかよく知らなくて。
人を好きになるのに理由などいらぬわ。消えるな。そなたが消えたら誰がバトラを救う。我が妹よ、ベアトリーチェ。
Wow, she's screaming her own fucking name. Little Beto's gone? Mother.
これってさ、家庭的なことか案外苦手なんだよな。この通りガサツな性格だろ。
Why are we seeing a young battler, almost like a battler that is 12 years old, almost like a battler 6 motherfucking years
ファ
ago?
ーストとか、女の子の前では礼儀正しくとか、そういうのはさっぱり苦手なんだよな。だから強いて好みはって言われると、そうだな、ジェシカみたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。俺がガサツなように向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。お互いよ、汚ねえ言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれる楽な関係が理想かもな。だからもしも俺に彼女ができるとしたら、いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。あ、容姿の好み別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。まあ洋画とかに出てくる金髪ボーイ、青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら。
My dude. So, okay, this is her fucking backstory, and there is no way you can't tell me it isn't. So this is how it was fucking.
最高だぜ。ちいちもませろーいってな。わっ
Beatrice, listen to me. I'm giving you my love for Ushiromiya Battler. You are to become the kind of woman Ushiromiya Battler desires. You will have the golden hair he likes. You will have the blue eyes he likes. You will have a personality that matches his. And then you are to love him in my place. And if fate allows it, be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please, take these desires I couldn't bring to fruition. These feelings too great for me to bear, and see them through yourself. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokkenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will be the master of this island, waiting for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. Wait a minute. Waiting for the day he comes to fulfill his promise? From this day forward, you will do this in my place. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all of my troubles onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the golden witch Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything, and bring blessings to all lovers. When that day comes, I pray that you and I both will have found happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, how many times am I saying it? I will no longer be you. The two of us will split a single soul and share it. And though, of course, that won't amount to a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed, my darling Beatrice. No one else can see your form, but I can. And if you're loved by a lot of people, I'm sure they'll start seeing you too. We can all see if we have love. Love.
What? 私たちは夢を見ているのか。ふざけろ。こりゃ何の冗談だよ。
なんだ、南條先生を呼んできます。
He's gonna break the seal.
もういい。
Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And those were the most reasonable words spoken. If he called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like the last unmelted snow greeting the warm sun of spring, Ganon's form. There was no longer even a trace. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold and vanished completely. And they all saw that shit?
どこ行っちゃったの？ヨシヤくん、どこ？ヨシヤくん！ヨシヤくん！
Beatrice!
僕たちはもう誰の目にも触れられない。それはつまり彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことだけれども、でもこうして僕たちはここにいる。
そうですね。私たちはここにいる。
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから、悲しむ必要なんてない。
でも気の毒ですね、ジェシカさん。
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
あなたはこれから
姿を失っても、そして話しかけることができなくても、もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれた時、その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、だからそばにいることにする。
良いことだと思います。
君はどうする？
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
密室？
What the fuck? Also, I like hearing my boy laugh. After looking a bit taken aback, Ganon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
には大切なことなんです。
だって密室なんて体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
そんなのいいんですか？だってチェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか赤き真実とか。
そうか、君は駒の世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界の存在だったね。だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。やれやれ。
Kanon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
敗者同士の仲さ。いいよ、僕が行ってきてあげるよ。僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、入れ替わりでチェーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。それでいいかい？
気持ちは嬉しいです。
Wow. And that bitch Dlanor said that there's no way Kanon can save him.
でもカノンさんはいとこ部屋から出たくてもエリカさんの封印のせいで。
Unlike the next room over, the cousin's room, where Kanon had been guaranteed to be a complete locked room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, but he couldn't even escape himself.
君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
私の魔法で？
僕に魔法をかけて。
そんな、私魔法の使い方なんて。
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
私は魔女ですけれど、魔法どころか密室トリックもわからないただの。
やれやれ。いいかいベアトリーチェ。一度しか教えないよ。魔女ってのはね。
魔女ってのは？
魔女ってのは謎を解かされる側じゃない。
謎を解かされる側じゃ。
ああ、そうさ。どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい。頭を抱えるのは魔女の仕事じゃないだろう。
じゃあ魔女の仕事は？
Yup, I remember all that shit.
ベアトリとびっきりの魔法で誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙の中、誰にもわからない最悪な謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろして相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのは君じゃない。
悩むのは私の相手の仕事。
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室から出すかを悩むんじゃない。チェーンロックの密室、バカバカしいね。なら君はそんなのよりもっともっととびっきりあいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。僕を天下する。
悩むのは私じゃない。
あいつらのやつは地獄の悪魔をひれ伏したぞ。最悪の密室トリックを無限に。
Yes, bitch. Yes.
ベアトリーチの本当の恐ろしさ。そろそろ連中を思い出してもいい。
バトラさんの密室より最悪な密室。
僕それを手に入れてるじゃないか。
In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The layout of the mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Oh man, all these piece of shit ass locked rooms that gave us all some fucking trouble. Trick, mistake, mislead, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? It was in a book I read once. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up. No fucking way. Wara. Warawa? The marriage ceremony. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied, I swear I know that word. Partied, raucous. Whatever. Jalander could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Look at this bitch with her fucking glasses. Then, Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
近景現在コーネリア補佐官が現場保全に向かいたるものなりエリカ卿にも中心すべきかと存じ上げ立てます。
わかりました。ご中心申し上げます。ガートルードは式典警備所に連絡です。準戦闘派。
She's fucking coming, isn't she?
ご歓談中失礼いたします。本式典警備長であります。
私？何？なんか用？
だからはしゃぎすぎだって言ったのに、さすがにシャンパンタワーでボーリングはやりすぎだ。
Champagne Tower bowling?
少し油を絞られてきなさい。
エル、こら！もう何よ？私なんかした？
受付に差出人不明のラムダデルタ共和と記された通報が届けられます。
私、非通知と差出人不明は全部
Me too.
ボイスの主義なの。そんなの捨てちゃって。
それがこれなのです。
Fucking one-winged eagle, bitch?
誰かに言った。いえ、受付の姉妹兵2名と私のみです。すでに観光令を与えました。
The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Brent Castel had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Erica was drunk, of course, and Byrne was getting that way too. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It was true that the envelope had no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfilled the same purpose. That seal was. Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out the letter inside, and read it. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she grinned like a kid who'd just gotten a naughty idea.
いかがしますか。狙撃犯は赤色弾頭を抵抗しています。ご許可をいただければ装填命令を出します。
何言ってんのよ。今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が来てると思ってんの？万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったらシエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
了解。通常弾頭で対応するであります。煉獄の7姉妹に監視をつけますか。
Oh my, she's not getting the idea, bitch.
だって7組はバトラの、そして今やエリカのカグちゃんだ。どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの？とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
先ほどガートルード同席補佐会で 配備勧告を受けました。理由は不明であります。
ガートルードかじゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。パーティーは賑やかな方がいいってことでしょ。
了解であります。WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R、警戒発令。レベル2で待機を伝達。17コピー、38コピー、
45了解。そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。焦っちゃってつい。そうそう45、ちょっとこっち来て。なんです？ちょっと任務中です。ダメ、耳をいじんないで。耳おっとごめん。
なんですって？冗談でしょ？ありえない。
現在コーネリアに向かわせています。ベアトリーチがここを襲撃する可能性が極めて大です。ヒロエンに中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
どうしたのエリカ？何か余興に手違いでも？
いえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続きヒロエン。
You know what? This bitch always gets her shit thwarted. And oh man, I would thwart her shit right now. Thwart her plans. The question had come too fast for Erica to hide her agitation. When Bert Castell saw this, she knew that their final late guest would soon be arriving.
ルシネ、ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
ゲストハウス？ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
それが密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
はあ？あんた分かってんの？いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されて完全密室。失踪なんて不可能だ。
今私の裏を取ってきた。間違いない。カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。
いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか、あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。
That would be fucking crazy.
不可能だわ。いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。
どうやってユングフラウの封印結界を？いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？至急探しなさい。
Suspicious moves. At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral. What's going on? Oh shit, it's dark as fuck, bitch!
WO よりオールシエスタコード R 警戒。
Now then, she's saying she instead of G, so it's Chiester sisters, not Chiester? I'm gonna say Chiester from now on.
シエスタ17、電源ケーブル回復は
ネガティブ。管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。
Oh shit.
オールシエスタコードレッドロックンロール。
Code red, bitch?
コピーコピー。
了解。じゃなくてコピー。
The sniper teams in the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team in the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿、控室へ退避を。ここは危険です。
Why does she have glasses on again?
何が危険なんです？この世界の領主は私です。その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです。
ガートレード、要人警護結界準備。コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
緊急対応中なの。結界？あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？なんたら侮辱。
The disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in the next seat like a doll. Now that is funny because last episode bullied them, telling them, oh, stand on one foot, and then pushed them over. I didn't forget that. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on. Okay, that is a fact. Something strange is going on.
遅かったじゃないねえラムダ。
そうね、待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
さっきのあれ誰からのラブレター？
ファンレターよ。ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
Is there such a club? Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The Whispering Gold attendees all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
あなたもう戻ってきていいんですか？
Maybe she forced herself in.
私にほら牢屋って意味ないし。
確かに。
でもリーチはバトルの密室の男部屋も、そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋も全て封じられてしまう。どうやってバトルを救い出す気なの？
お嬢様が何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮定します。
Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
それをエリカ卿に突きつけるべく乗り込んでくるは必死。
しかしこの大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手ではまさかこんなに隠れていたなんて無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
Rabbit ears could be seen poking out all around the hall. It was incredible that such a large number of them could remain hidden and unnoticed. Well, we're noticing them right now.
五分の勝負に持ち込める。
なるほど、その手ですか。しかしそのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだと言います。いつも面倒くさがっていくらご用意しても嫌われていましたから。やれや最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
Amid the crowd, Renov took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw the object in his hand, she understood its meaning. True, with that, it should be possible to stop the attack from the Chester sister troops.
まあ、エリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。問題は、たった一度でもいいから、エリカに真正面まで行けるか。シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずね。リーアムは、その時間をプレゼントできそうね。
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Fuck. Since that time, she had tried to jump out in front of the procession. She had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical power, to momentarily take out all of the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erica. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. Renov, he can make a barrier around her, and then Gap can transport her in front of whatever the fuck. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. I did that arm shit again, by the way. I did it again. The golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance of that red carpeted path to the grave, stood a calm, majestic figure.
警護隊、射殺せよ。ネガティブ、身元照合中。
Delanor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't comply. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests and was afraid of the consequences if she accidentally shot a drunk guest who had disguised themselves as Beatrice as some sort of prank? No, 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
おや、
これはてっきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ。
Hold on, hold the motherfucking fuck on. This shit looks so damn beautiful. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
最高の来賓であるあなたがお越しにならないのでご心配申し上げておりましたとも。でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった。
Wait a damn second. That don't sound like Kuwadorian Beatrice that we were just fucking with. That sounds an awful lot like Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly. Wait, is that the original Beatrice? The one with the locked fucking chain to her leg? Wait! I heard a chain moving! She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was it still necessary for her to for identity to whatever the fuck? Who could possibly mistake this overwhelming presence? How fucking long has it been? Holy fuck, it's really her? Is it really fucking... Wait, why am I excited? No, okay, fuck, I'm excited. The Greats. At that moment, the two Chester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor because my boy knocked them the fuck out. However, no, Renault had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. I fucking told you, he knocked him the fuck out. Oh shit. Holy shit, there's a lot of like big ass images right now. Just an instant before the Chester group troops could fire, I keep saying group, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Oh shit, yo, that looked fucking cool. Her magical powers, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had been at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave and exploded throughout the cathedral. The impact made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shattered fuck me, I can't even speak, poured down everywhere. However, all of the Chester honor guards, who didn't have spirit particle defenses, toppled over like dolls. Bowling pins. The ceiling snipers, who were defended, whatever the fuck, were able to avoid their systems going down completely, but it would take several minutes before they could recover. That span of time would be enough to reach Erica. However, Erica couldn't be defeated in just a few minutes. There was no way they could carry Battler away in that time. What should they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place Hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. Oh shit. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Renault's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erica. However, that instant, a gold thread came from in front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine.
邪魔者がいたか。
It's 00. Oh no, it's both of them. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded over her ears and 45s beforehand. So, they were the only ones that weren't taken out. Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, waving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet and ran across the top of a long table covered with beautiful food. Oh, I wonder what food. So Beato was fucking... The golden snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. Just making a mess of the whole fucking building. The gold attendees ran about wildly, trying to escape. They don't know what the fuck to do. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium, bitch. Everybody freaking the fuck out. It's a riot. Nobody knows what the fuck to do. Not even they know what to do. The pair of snipers, attacking from high above the chandelier, were much further away than Erica was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position couldn't have been worse for Beato, with the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. No fucking way. Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over the wrong way around, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up. Huh? No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumb. The Chester's greatest weapons was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chester's were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erica and Battler were seated. Oh my, even more bullshit. Gertrude! Can we knock this bitch out? Just then, a red barrier was created, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beato's way. Oh, that's just growing. What is Satan behind? No, that's not Satan, that's Lucifer. As the eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Zelanor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes. Coercive?
私たち誰の家具？
Damn, look at them fucking word playing their way out of here. It's always wordplay, everything. The red, absolute barrier, flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered. But it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なりエリカ教にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ。ある我らが主の命令よ。物言えぬ主が何を命令できるというのか。聞かずともそれを察するが家具の道と見つけたり。なやるなし。
Holy shit, how many times? The seventh stake shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to do justice to the name of Aizrin Jungfrau, Iron Maiden, and took no damage at all, the attack was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier. Damn, bitch, miraculously shattered. Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erica. Fuck, oh my. However, there stood the final shield protecting her. Death Sentence Delanor. Is that her nickname?
もはや時間切れです。ベアトリチェ卿。
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータ内定シエスタデータ流動方式氷結型概念流動シエスタ20再起動完了シエスタ12は再起動完了
タイムオーバーに。
Yes, say her name. Say her name.
ドラロール。
どけドラノール A ノックスそなたの出番はない
あなたの否定する赤き真実ベルンカステル教より賜っています。ここがあなたの墓場という残念です。
Bullshit. I don't know what Bernkastel had allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me. There's no time. The siestas have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。出番を間違えた哀れな出演者があなたです。
Zelanor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed right for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the sword was knocked slightly off course. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Zelanor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erica. And something else is gonna happen, isn't it? This time, not a single person stood in her way. Popcorn.
緊急花嫁警護役より緊急要請シエスタ姉妹この得体は直ちに侵入者を射殺し立てますれ
What happened? The commotion quieted. However, no one fired. Why? they could have fired if they wanted to. All of the Chester troops had her fully in their sights and had removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
なぜ射殺せぬことなりや。式典警備役は直ちに。
待つのです。あれは。
Delano's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erica would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore the thing in front of her, they could shoot to kill. However, if she picked it up, doing so would be unforgivable. So, they couldn't pull the trigger until Erica decided. What?
どうして誰も撃たないの？
よく見なさいよ、あれ。ベアトがエリカに投げつけたあれよ。
Is it a magic mirror? Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erica. It had fallen to Erica's feet. What was that white thing?
わかってるわ、あいつ。主役ってもんを本当によくわかってるわ。
面白いじゃないですか。
The thing that had hit Erica in the face and fallen onto the floor. The item Beato had gotten from Renov was a white glove. A white glove? Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. That was...
ゼタル、これは何？どういう意味なの？
これは決闘の申し込みさ。手袋を拾えばそれを受け入れることを意味する。
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。拾う必要ないじゃない。
拾わなくてもいいさ。でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回全てに知らしめるだろうね。恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者の名を永遠にね。
Right. She's the type to fucking fight. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erica just kicked it away, then, that very instant, the Chesters would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So, Erica did not have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's locked room, trick, and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ私はこの衣装を汚すことなくあん
それも披露宴の余興には面白い。だがそなたは披露
へえ、どうしてです？
わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。そなたはそれが知りたい。だから披露す。
興味ないです。さようなら。
披露す。わらわが持ってきたバトラの客室などくだらぬ。もっとシンプル単純絶対に解けぬ密室をそなたは聞きたいはずさ。
Okay.
絶対解けぬ密室。
そなたはわらわの挑戦を受けたいはずさ。なぜならそなた探偵だからだ。
Oh, what? Erica threw off her wedding dress as though it was a cape. Yes, though she was a bride, a piece, and a witch. Before any of those, first and foremost.
私は探偵です。あなたを私の対戦相手に認めます。ただ、あなたはこのゲームに登場する資格をロジックエラーは修正できたんでしょうね。
その手袋を拾えばそなたとの 戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しよう。
That glove has something to do with it. Is that glove covered in blood? Was that glove used to kill? Because that would make a logic error, right? If she picked it up, because she just claimed to be the detective just right now. Oh. The cathedral filled with noise. Erica had picked up the glove. A duel! A duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erica's nod, the landlord pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to hinder it in any way. Oh, my boy. Oh my boy, oh my boy, he's speaking. We nearly got him pulled out of that fucking damnation. Beato's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erica. Yes, there could be no doubt. This was the expression worn by the Golden Witch, the majestic presence of the Master of Locked Rooms. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. Oh shit, I saw that! That rushing figure was Kanon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through it and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Kanon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And, as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushiromiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then, the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and discipline of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't strict all the time. When the family was out of sight, and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. Really? The master let me shoot a lot of guns, didn't he? What? That doesn't sound like Kinzo at all. That was pretty fun. Kraus-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as if he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madam was a really strict person. Ever since the rumor spread about her being strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. On many occasions when she was alone, I saw her shoulders sagging from her burdens. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others longer. Genji-sama is the one person fit to be called master. My master. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. Over time, all those feelings mixed together, cancelled out, and left me with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She helped me so many times. I always wanted to repay her someday, and somehow I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my big sister. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his servant Stu, he would sometimes turn red and tell me there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wondered why such strong memories popped up in the short time it took me to run past the dining hall. And then, my memory of Jessica. Memories. Wow, dude, isn't it funny? Hers, she turned into color. So you're a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. We really did have enough time to build up a love that could have competed with the love between George-sama and Shannon. But since I could only see the gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. That is so fucking sad. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we were never really able to clarify that for ourselves. No. She told me, there's nothing wrong with spending more time together to eventually find that out. The reasons for love could have come later on. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained in blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. His collar, the collar binding him, wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Battler responded faintly. He'd probably never imagined that help would come to this eternal locked room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by his fleeting delusions that he couldn't be easily roused. Ganon grabbed Battler from behind and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way into the room. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed and torn to shreds, which had been twisted together. He had turned into a rope, probably while experimenting to see if he could use it for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The tracers could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there at the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Berncastel's brutal method of escape and cut himself into pieces while washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had that lasted in the locked room of the logic error? Years, dude, listen to that. When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, it's tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And, even in the last moment, when his heart had died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this locked room, that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor with the chain still around his neck.
Batora-sama, カノンです。どうかお気をしっかり。
He wiped Battler's face with a towel, waited in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again.
Kanon-kun か。
そうです。カノンです。よくぞ 今日まで耐え忍ばれました。
Oh, we finally see some light in his eyes again.
ちょいと寝坊が過ぎたみてえさ。
Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
バトラ様を縛るものは何もありません。さあ、早くお戻りください。
でもよ、あのチェーンを開けるとまた鎖につながれちまう。
大丈夫です。もうバトラ様を縛る鎖は存在しません。僕はここに残ります。
なんだって。
By now, Battler knew the terror of this eternal locked room better than anyone else. So, his happiness at being able to leave was overwhelmed by his shock at the determination of this room's new prisoner.
大丈夫です。何も心配することはありません。
しかし
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが終わりなのではないですか。
俺は
早くお戻りを。あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。あなたはまた帰らないのですか。
His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当にいいのか。
はい、それでいいんです。これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
借り？俺カノン君に何か。
バトラ様の借りではありません。いいから言ってください。僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。さあ早く。あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないんです。だから早く。
Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Ganon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this locked room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Ganon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this eternal locked room in Battler's place.
カノン君、俺もだぜ。
何がですか。
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。この恩は必ず返せ。それもすぐにだ。
期待していいやら。さあ走って、あなたの愛する人のところへ。そしてどうかもう二度と迷わないで。
Battler would not turn around any longer. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the end of the corridor and beyond the light. Ganon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job, stay in this room, and fix the error in logic.
これでチェーンロックをかけて。
As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Now, if he hid in the closet, the one place Erica hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the final place for me. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. Ganon entered the closet and closed the double doors from the inside. Damn, bitch. That same fucking butterfly. I saw that butterfly when that shit appeared in episode 1. It killed him, and now it's... As soon as he did, a small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It must have been a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of the pieces would never tick again. So, for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. Oh, I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, now I've paid back all of my debts. I owe nothing to anyone, and no one owes me anything. No one owes... Slowly, Ganon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped, dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies and was painted over with a pitch black darkness for all eternity. In the cathedral, the gold attendees were all jostling around each other. We're all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erica. In their hands were the dueling pistols given to them by Zephyr and Furfur. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. It wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistol used in the duel between Shannon and Ganon, those bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
心配の必要はないわよ。あっさり勝って、またリーアは悪態の日々だわ。
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請してみましょう。私、この戦いのたまにはブラックとカリブ。
この勝負が終わったらはやめとけ。決闘前に縁起でもないわ。
ベアと緊張感を持ってヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
なんでリーチがリラックスしててリーアが緊張してんのよ。もう
せーの。ベアトリーチ様、しっかり。
ベアトリーチ様に不利な一騎打ちだ。どうして？
本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。ところがゲームが中断されたため
手持ちはバトラ様の客室の謎くらいしかないのよ。エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがても全ての謎を解明したことになってしまう。勝てるわよ、ベアトリッチェ様とバトラ様の我らが二人の主を。
お呼びですか？ありがとう。珍しく勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。だから先にお礼を言っときます。すべて職務です。感謝の必要はありません。あんたが前回のゲームの時、私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれた時嬉しかった。
Oh, she's only saying this now because there's a chance they might lose, and she was fucking bullying her in the last game. I'm not forgetting all that. She's two-faced as fuck.
生まれてから誰かにかばわれたのってあれが初めてだった。我が主にさ、私はかばわれたことがない。私が主に与えられたのは暴かれた真実を暴き返すことで自分の痛みを打ち消すという傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。傲慢をお許しください。私は守らねばと思いました。あなたがどんなか弱い真実で生き、それをよりもっともらしい虚実の横行で虐げられてきたか、あなたを守りたいと思いました。ありがとう。短い間だったけど、あんたの最高のパートナーでした。これからもです。そうですね。あいつを倒したら、あんたと一緒にこの島でいっぱいミステリーを作りましょう。そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。どうです？
Man, she sounds so fucking stupid saying this right
気
now.
に入りました。
I'm not fucking falling
あ
for
なた
it.
の挑戦楽しみにしています。あ、嘘ごめん。今の撤回です。こういうの負けフラグって言うんでしょ？
Yes.
さあいいかい、二人の決闘者たち。
When the two demons clapped their hands, the duelists instantly returned to their bold, tense smiles.
魔法の銃に込める弾は鉛じゃないわ。
ミステリーとファンタジーのうがち合いは赤と青の真実を弾とするべきさ。
互いに真実がある限り弾は無限。
ただし一撃でも当たれば即死。両者覚悟はいいね。
当然。無論。
栄光ある元老院の議員にして偉大なる絶対の魔女おいでませ。汝この決闘の立ち会い人となることを誓うか。
もちろんよ、誓うわ。
The crowd split, and Lambda Delta walked forward with Bernkestel by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then, she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
ベアトリーチェより封書にて物語の修正書を受け取ったわ。審査の結果、内容は有効。ロジックエラーの回避を宣言するわ。チェーンロックはかかったまま。これまでの赤き真実に一切矛盾しない。
Chatter, 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 cheering. The Minigoat attendees knew the details of Battler's locked room. They realized how difficult it was. And though the fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, no one had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって本決闘は有効。決闘はたった一点。バトラの客室の密室をめぐって行われるわ。チェーンロックがかかった密室から後ろ宮バトラは失踪した。これについてエリカは青き真実の争点を、ベアトリーチェは反論の赤き真実の争点を。 決闘は決着がつくまで続けられるものとする。
上等だ。
上等です。
OK。 それではベアとあなたが修正した新しい物語と謎をエリカに提示して。
密室のいとこ部屋よりカノンは魔法にて封印を破らずに脱出。密室に至り魔法にてバトラーを密室の外へ脱出させた。ふん、くだらない物語。
結構。
Oh
エリ
wow.
カ側確認は？
What an explanation. What an incredible
副将要求
explanation.
バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
受けようぜ。バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
副将要求、バトラとカノンは別人である。
受けようぜ。バトラとカノンは別人である。
結構です。
エリカ、確認は以上？
今ので結構です。戦い方は決まりましたね。
OK。 両者は弾丸を装填なさい。
Erica turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet, and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beato had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erica to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the territory lord, right next to the two witches who sat as witnesses to the duel. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beato had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotion passed between them. There was no need for words. It was a look. A look was enough for them now. Erica closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions from the outside world disappear. My concentration is as sharp as ever. Are you ready? Me, Furudo, Erika. First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that locked room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Kenna didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is what comes next. No, it's actually what comes before. Ganon was in the cousin's room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with a duct tape, and it had been proven that the seal was in effect until the time of the logic error. In other words, Ganon escaped from a locked room that was an absolute with no excuses or twisted logic possible. Good. Gutto. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate locked room. How did he escape from the perfect locked room, known as the cousin's room? If I fixated on that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect locked room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways that Ganon could have escaped from that cousin's room is simply a waste of time. The real question is how Ganon could have been somewhere other than the cousin's room at the time it was sealed. The cousin's room is a completely sealed can. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. That means he was already outside it at the time it was sealed. Okay. I checked everyone's location at the time of sealing the rooms. That check I performed must be suspect. At that time, I had just been inside the next room over and confirmed the presence of 5 people there with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, Nanjo. I specifically listed the names of those 5 people when performing the location check for that room and received confirmation that they were in there. And then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin's room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone, so whether he was Kanan or Yoshiya or even Puru Pico man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin's room. It seems perfect. However, though the word everyone seems perfect, something's fishy. The exact definition of that phrase, everyone else, is all people whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George are in the next room over. So humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin's room. It seems that Kanon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshiya, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Kanon's real name, is the same as those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Kanon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushiromiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Kanon, was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see the double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Kanon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin's room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! There was an explosion of the barrel of her gun, staining the tip of her finger red with blood. The Blue Truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I had to land or seal that one a short while ago. I told her to ban any Blue Truth arguing about the windows of the next room over, so I can't use it.
どうした暴発か。弾は慎重に込めぬとな。
うるさいです。ちょっとしたミスです。
隣部屋の窓、くだらん小細工で塞いだようだな。ガープに聞いたぞ。
そうですか。それが何か。
ドラノール、そのくだらぬ封印を解け。今やその封印は貴様らの枷である。
Beato had figured out everything I've been thinking, and she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
エリカ卿、解いてください。あんやろう、後悔させてやります。
So the seal was removed now?
準備はいいようだね、決闘者たち。良ければ向き合って銃口を。そして真実の火種で着火。
After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erica spun around. Beato had been facing her since the beginning. She had a confident, challenging smile, as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
楽しませてもらうぞ。
始めなさい。まずカノンがいかにしてそれを弾丸とします。
ほう、そちらから来るか。来るがよいぞ。存分に
参ります。
After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beato once more, Erica pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。
カノンの名は仮のもの、本名は未だ不明です。彼の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じだったなら、隣部屋の在室確認に矛盾しない。つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず、隣部屋にいることができるということ。
The gold attendees chattered and clapped their hands in realization, as if to say, "Of course, I didn't think of that." I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am a detective.
隣部屋は確かに封印されましたが、ロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。カノンは隣部屋に存在し、その窓から脱出したのです。以上。
Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After that blast rang out, it was Erica's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erica's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erica's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beato had missed on purpose. There was a confident smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erica a little longer. In fact, that was Beato through and through. Man, she really did become her again. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable locked room tricks.
封印時の隣部屋にいたのは秀吉、ジョージ、熊沢、シャドウ、南條、そして隣部屋の人数が5人。この5つの名に該当する者以外は存在しない。全ての名は本人以外には名乗れない。
It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It really was severe. Now that it had been limited to 5 people, any leeway for Ganon hiding there had been completely denied. So he's not hidden in that room. At the time that she went to seal it, the door at least, since only those to whom those 5 names referred exist within the room. Erica couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people. And allowing for Ganon to sneak in, even though his name wasn't on the list. Furthermore, the part about how every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one can go by a name that is not theirs, was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories.
思えばそなたは前回の寝ぼけたわらわしか知らんのだろうな。どうだエリカ、これが黄金の魔女のゲームだぜ。部屋を抜け出したっていう。
That's exactly what the fuck she's saying.
よりどうして銃を弾くなんて甘い真似を。
人間側は魔女の謎を全て打ち砕き、魔女側は人間側の推理を一つ打ち砕けばいい。これではアンフェアだ。だからわらわも同じにすることにした。
同じ？
わらわはそなたの推理を全て打ち砕いて勝利することにした。カノン脱出の謎はわらわの勝ちだが、もう一つバトラに辛酸をなめさせて最初の戦場に戻ろう。
When Beato snapped her fingers, that guest room of battlers was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
エリカ、拾え銃。この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
Damn, this room where she locked my boy in?
その言葉、そっくりお返しします。私にチャンスを与えたことを後悔させてやります。
立ち会いにエリカに X を許す。
X？ 説明不要の根拠ね。で、何を許すの？
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに、カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そう。
What? No. Don't tell me you're gonna do the same shit Battler did. And shoot yourself in the foot. If a theory for explaining how Ganon saved Battler did not also explain how Ganon escaped from his own locked room, it would have no basis. Erica had already lost that basis. Beato was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Damn.
当然です。あんたはカノンがバトラーを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから、そんなのもらえて当然です。
Erica faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to zero. Let's go, Furudo Erika. Detective Furudo Erika. As long as Ganon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Ganon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Ganon entered his place. Ganon set the chain lock. Ganon went into the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set and Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trick, Ganon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a locked room. The chain is cursed. In this demonic locked room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him, and the rescuer is hiding in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible. And yet, Beato thinks she can win? In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically, unequivocally no other way. I added one, but I'd never be able to call myself a detective if I gave in here. Consider, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. One thing I can think of, yes. A wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll crush them all with the repetition requests. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
副賞要求バトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
認めよう。バトラ救出時客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。そういう話のつもりだね。
副賞要求私の入室からロジックエラージまで私とバトラとカノン以外に入退出した者は存在しない。
認めよう。そなたの入室からロジックエラージまで客室を出入りしたのはそなたのバトラとカノンのみ。
副賞要求それはすなわち3人のことである。
認めよう。
Holy shit, she's giving her everything.
定義確認この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい3体が出入りをしたってことですよね。
I've had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear.
無論だ3人すなわち3体が出入りした。 そなたとカノンは入った。バトラが出たの。すべての名は本人以外に名乗れないと赤き真実ですでにかかっている。よってエリ、バトラ、カノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れない。
副賞要求私は救出者ではない。
当然だ。 そなたは探偵ではないか。安心せよ。わらわはそれを尊重する。
定義確認。救出者の定義とは？
This is also important. I want to immediately remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally. Oops.
救出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びバトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく。
Since she said after Battler undid the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. After that point in time, I would not undo the chain for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it's impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can boil it down even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Canon can be the rescuer. Plus, Beato has already said that Canon is the rescuer in Red Truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Canon to be involved. At least so far.
復唱要求。出入りの定義とは、客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである。
認めよう。
復唱要求。客室とは、ベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内のすべてを含む。
認めよう。クローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさらさらないわ。
定義確認。客室内とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の3区分である。
わらわもその認識でいるぞ。そしてすでにそなたベッドルーム、バスルームの2区分だ。誰も隠れていないことを赤に真実に確認してはずだ。
復唱要求。クローゼット内には誰かがいる。
拒否する。
どうして？カノンがそこに隠れているからです
She
か？
don't gotta fucking say shit to you, bitch!
カノンは魔法が使えるのだ。確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたが、その後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだ。だからクローゼット内には不在。よって復唱はできるわ。
それの復唱を再要求します。
バカ。魔女側には魔法で行って
Damn, bitch! Oh, I missed her. Yo, calling her a fool to her fucking face. Oh, I love that. Now, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the Red Truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail. And yet, there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't imagine that there's any room for anything to go any differently from the theory I've had since the beginning. Ganon must be in the closets. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This locked room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Ganon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Ganon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room had been confirmed both by names and number of people. Which means my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room. So I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. I sealed the guest room at the time I examined Battler's corpse. So until I came again and broke the seal, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, it's certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room at the time that I entered it. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. For the aforementioned reasons, The only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allowed battlers escape, is Ganon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Ganon entered the room, he set the chain. Hid in one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Huh? Oh, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought that I had cornered him in that closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think that he's in the closet. Ah, that was the order in which I searched the guest room? What was the order? First, the bedroom. We confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. Then, the bathroom. What the fuck was that? We confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When we examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Ganon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere else in the bedroom. In other words, the guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart after just 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Ganon is in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. That was a close one. If I had gone and said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet, she'd have said, "Too bad, the closet is empty." Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. In an interchangeable logic trick. Damn that Beato. So in resolving the logic error, she's discovered a strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Ganon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Ganon hide in the closet. So it's 50-50 like she said in the beginning. Both are correct, yet choosing either one means losing. I have to expose both at the same time, or it isn't checkmate. Incredible. I've never had such an unfair trick. If this was a magician's stage trick, it'd just be a cheap one. Yo! This fucking song. If it was a mystery, I'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. No, a discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches wage war with mystery, what a regal position it is. The beautiful placement of the black pieces cornering my white king feels almost like art, a work of such beauty that if I were a god in the age of myth, I might have to display it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I feel honored to have been allowed to participate as a human in a game of truth against a witch. And ironically, it taught me, a person who has always believed that there is only one truth, that truth isn't necessarily always singular. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see a completely different truth. And though each of those truths are true, both are incorrect if they are all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I turned my eyes away from? Because I was blinded by some trivial truth. This is the truth of the world. What are they trying to say?
真実は一つしか存在しないというおごりが、たった一つの真実を見つけただけで、それ以外の真実から私たち
Oh, that's what they're trying to say.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェさん。まさか魔女にこの世界の真理を教えられるとは思いませんでした。
Wow. Okay. Slowly, with a soft and gentle motion, like a flower opening, with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erica raised her gun.
私の勝ち。 あなたのダブルチェックミキならバトラの客室失踪トリックは以下の通りです。
Alright, bitch, hit us with it.
バトラは私の室内探索中クローゼット内に隠れていました。そしてバスルームの騒ぎの間にチェーンを外し室外へ脱出しました。この時廊下にはカノンが待機していました。カノンは入れ替わりで客室に入りチェーンを施錠しました。
Okay, going simple enough.
バトラ失踪のトリックです。そしてその後彼はベッドルーム内に隠れました。私がベッドルームに不審者がいないことを確認した後のことですのでそれは有効です。よって救出者カノンはベッドルームに潜伏しています。
Oh, that blue truth is swirling, bitch. Erica's bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth.
ベッドルームカノンは存在しない。
The gold attendees gasped. It had appeared as though Erica had been defeated, denied by the red truth. To goats who can't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost. Now for the other one, right? He's in the closet.
次が本命です。これが並び立つ真実を知り得た人間の答えです。どうやら幻想物語では第二の晩までが終わってるみたいです。ならば私が残りの晩を遂行して黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょう。あなたが負けて消えるならばそれ黄金の藁に包まれてがふさわしい。
The fires of blue truth flashed at Erica's feet, and she loaded the blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato, at the closets.
ベッドルームを否定したならばもう逃げ場はここしかない。死ねカノン。 The 5 wedges of blue truth she released gazed Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders. Then pin-cushioned the door in the closets, to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th, on the 7th, on the 8th, gouge and kill and kill and kill. Yes. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. これが私の暴く真実です。以上。
She proclaimed that she had finished. The 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large, splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. That's golden! Then, as though this had concluded the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the space that was the constructed guest room became countless gold flower petals and drifted away. Now, the duelists and the crowd of attendees were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remains. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a desolate wind, the whole covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. The figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a greenish-gray robe. What? Of course, the head also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into, Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Wait, green coat? Is that George? Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, and became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness. Wait, I said George. Oh my god. It was just a raincoat. Are you fucking kidding? Are you serious? Oh shit. Oh. The attendees let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The seven sisters jumped about in a celebration. Then, at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The head's ring worn by Erica, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. My boy's back! At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness. Oh man, fuck, she really... Beato lashed onto the coughing Battler in joy. Virgilia, Gap, and Renov did the same. They all hugged him, all of them? All of the seven sisters also crowded about him in delight. Even they jumped in.
こんなので通ると思ってんのか。こんなトリックじゃまた人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。
いいえ、立派なトリックです。愛がない人には見えないです。
Oh, you got to be kidding. Whoa. The rose of blood in Erica's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals. She don't care about her.
ベルンカステル卿を探したまえ。了解であります。オールシエスタデータリンク捜索体制。卑劣。主が駒の決闘を見届けないなんて卑劣が過ぎると知れ。
After learning that her master was already nowhere to be seen, Erica, who was being held by Delanor, didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
ヘリカ卿、動いてはいけません。
下がりなさい。下がれー。
When Erica yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her flinched back and fell on their butts.
私は真実の魔女フルドエリカ。真実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女。でも私はようやく自分の本当の真実を受け入れられそうなんです。
It's getting blurry. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. That sort of expression is a loser's greatest salvation.
ヘリカ卿、もう決闘は終わっています。
終わってないんだ。
死が二人を分かつまで。
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚す。
The two demons grabbed Lanore's shoulders and held her back. Also, I skipped their fucking dialogue. Shit. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erica walked towards Beato and Battler, despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So, as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died, so even though the outcome was clear, it wasn't over. Beato and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser. She was a fucking two-faced, crafty, shifty, underhanded, backstabbing, word-playing ass bitch.
長男の層を持ってますよ。ろくな女に好かれやしない。
It's okay, that's his type.
そうだな。俺もろくな女に惚れね
えな。ベアト、いいえ、あんたたちに頼みが。
もう人たちを望むのですか？
エリカ。
受けようぞ。そなたの高潔なる申し出を断る無粋をわらわたちは持たぬ。
ありがとう。
As her consciousness began to waver, Erica raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erica. Wow. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. I'ma be honest, when I first looked up anything about UMINEKO, this is one of the first images I saw, but so this Beatrice, oh my god, this Beatrice, she went through all this to finally...
もう決着してるのに、これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
エリカ様。
私なぜ何の力にもなれずここに。見届けなさい。それが親友の仕事でしょ。
Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. Though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use? Oh shit.
最後に自己紹介しとこうと思いまして。
What was she saying? This late into the game? No one could imagine what red truth Erica had loaded.
ベアと。
Oh, this looks so cute. This looks so cute. I'm not fully sure the extent of their relationship, but oh man, I love them. Oh, that is so sweet.
構いません。
わかった。
せめて最後の引き金は一緒に。
Oh, really? That is so romantic.
わかってるぜ。
Battle placed his own hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
バトラさん、会えてよかった。
Why is this getting so romantic, man? This is so sweet.
俺たちは永遠にずっと一緒だ。
イチャイチャと見せつけてくれます。イラついてきてたんです。やっぱお涙で退場は私の好みじゃないです。やっぱ悪役は最後の最後までこういう面でなきゃ。
いい面構えだぜ。
Yeah, it really fits her.
お前との結婚生活もヘドが出るくらい楽しかったかもな。
当然です。
He's starting to speak a little bit like his dad.
毎日のけぞらせまくってベアットさんなんか忘れさせてあげるくらいの
Oh, what? Really?
快楽の世界に閉じ込めてあげたのに。
Damn, okay.
お前ごとき小娘、バトラーを虜にするにはまだ1000年早いわ。あんたの顔もそれが一番キュートです。お互い最後はこういう顔がいいですよね。
恋。
これが探偵フルドエリカの最後の捨て台詞、そして自己紹介です。
Birth of a new witch? Erica spun around in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden petals around.
こんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。
Okay.
疲れざる客人ですが、どうか歓迎を。
Detective? This is completely on its own. I'm not pressing anything. Okay, 18. Oh, fuck this fucking beat.
17人だ。
Damn. Even if you join us, you're still 17? Hold the fuck up. Yo, this fucking song. Wait a minute, is this like that little lyric down there? Dude, this shit is so fucking hot. The 6th game, Dawn of the Golden Witch? Oh, this fucking beat is so damn hot. Man, I don't know what to say, man. That episode was, first of all, that took a long ass time, but that was so fucking hot. Battler and so Beatrice, she basically found out the reason she loved Battler, right? And through that, she mentioned something about wanting to remember something, right? But Battler said, oh, if I told you that, it would be too fucking easy. I'm guessing she remembered that on her own, and through that, she became the old Beatrice. This, like, we had like a thing saying, okay, you're gonna love him because I'm gonna die or something like that. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that shit. Wow, so Beatrice came. Now then, it's not the same Beatrice. It's this Beatrice. Well, it is the same in a sense, but not really. It's what I call her, Ecuadorian Beatrice, because she acts like her. But with the memories from the original Beatrice. Yeah, so in a way, those 1,000 years repeated, like they've mentioned before. My fucking cheeks hurt. My face hurts a little bit because it's so fucking hot for the last 4 fucking hours. I'm gonna go ahead and end this. I'm gonna think a little bit more on this. Fucking Beatrice. Dude, that fucking song in the end was so fucking hot. And then Beatrice and Battler together holding that gun. That was cute.